I've got great news for the annoying women in my community, i.e., all the women in my community. Am I right, fellas? Ah, you get me. You get what I'm getting at here. You understand. Um, that's me. I'm a woman. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, people always ask me like, "Hey, I appreciate the fashion autism, but do you have any like I don't know women models or like any kind of any direction there for more feminine clothing?" And I genuinely like for the most part, I just don't give a shit. But this diva, she is serving it up. I can't play the music because it's copyright. Look at this. See why the skirts have to be high-waisted? Look at how nice that is. Shape and drape, motherfucker. Same as menswear. So good. Honestly, the secret to fashion is just dividing a person in half a little bit above their navel. I have no idea how difficult it is to buy skirts that look like this, by the way, genuinely. I've never shopped for women's clothing, so I don't know. I know it's hard to find high-waisted pants as a guy unless you're going to like specific fashion boutiques or you live in like New York City or whatever. I have no idea. It's easy? See, you say it's easy, but this is like, what is this, like a tartan cloth wool skirt? It drapes like it's wool. Feel like that might be a little tough to find, but yeah, I trust you. Listen, if it's easy to find skirts that look like this, then you motherfuckers have no excuse. Why do I keep going on Twitter and seeing people being like, and I'm gonna throw some shade now, especially trans women, being like, check out this fit, and they're wearing like an Amazon femboy skirt. What are you doing? Okay? If it's easy, listen, I have to bust my ass finding high quality, high waisted pants that fit people with a 37-inch waist. Okay? But if you're telling me you could have gone to any fucking drugstore and oh, just yeah, here's the super cool, like nice high-waisted wool skirt that drapes elegantly, then I'm just saying. I'm just saying. That is a really, really nice. It's not that hard, but the trouble with skirts like this is that the waist is often not elastic at all, making it tough for girls like me who swell up during their shark week. I could see that. I could see that. The waist of a skirt should be a little bit elastic, but generally speaking, yeah, like your pants shouldn't be that elastic. Because if they're too elastic, then you're just wearing like a spandex tights with like different shapes and sizing, you know? It's like, you know that phenomenon where like people who are wearing like mid 2000s skinny jeans that are 50% spandex when they bend over, like their pants just fucking like tug down because it's gripping their like calves and knees so tightly that when they bend the waist like pulls away from the waistband of the pants or something. And it's like, damn. Maybe waistbands should be like rigid, you know? Belts? Sure, sure, but you don't need to wear a belt with the skirt. I mean, a belt shouldn't even be necessary to hold your pants up. Like a belt if you're doing like on the job work or something. Maybe. But ideally, like your pants fit to your body well without a belt. And a belt's a fashion accessory. Obviously in real life not every pair of pants fits perfectly, but like that's the ideal, you know? High-waisted skirts are easy to find, but the drape is rarely this good. Yeah, because it needs to be made of, like, good materials. I have no idea what this is made. Maybe I'm wrong, but this just looks like wool. I mean, look at how heavy that drape is. That's like a thick fabric, you know? No idea for this. I don't see men's clothing that looks like this. Bosch having a November Kelly moment, make it more rigid. I don't understand why people's pants keep falling down. Just make it more rigid. Just add more girders. I don't understand why they keep falling down. which is why 80% of the pants I wear are leisure wear, elastic supremacy. Okay, you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying elastic is bad. How big is the overlap with men and women's clothing? I mean, it depends on what style you're in, right? For heritage clothing like this, basically zero. Um, for contemporary athleisure, basically 100%. Some of us aren't masochists and prioritize comfort. Okay, but that's the point that I'm making. It's not more comfortable. Like, it's just not. A little bit of elastic around the waistband can be helpful, but when like everything you're wearing is just like this weird grabby, pulley, elastic rubber band material, it's not more comfortable. It's not. I've worn that, and I've worn stuff that isn't that. Comfort is subjective. No, no, no. You haven't had the other side. You can't say that when you haven't done the other thing. I remember being like, jeans are uncomfortable and I don't want to wear them. And then it was just, I'd literally never worn a pair of jeans that fit. Sounds like me, TBH. Yeah, well. I got these chinos that feel and fit well. They're way better than any polyester sweats I've ever worn. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just like you take a look at like modern fashion trends or whatever, and there's a lot of stuff that's genuinely really, really comfortable. Like a nice big hoodie can be really comfortable, right? But then it's like, are the 2010s slim fit pants and chinos really the height of comfort? Or like jeans that are 20% elastane so that every time you move around in them, they grip and pull and shift and move around rather than like just solidly adhering to your waist and then draping from there? I don't know. Like, I feel like there's probably a reason why clothes were made the way they were for 50 million years. We need roomier fit, you know? Yeah, like the only reason elasticity is necessary is because the clothing is too tight. Yeah, Iron Mage, it's pretty bad. People used to work physically and way more, yet somehow now our clothes are more suited to it. I don't know if you're being rhetorical or whatever, but try working in a pair of like mostly elastane jeans and you'll hate your life, man. Then go find like a pair of vintage like Dickies or something. You can work in that for a decade and they'll be comfortable the whole time, you know? It's crazy. I'm being rhetorical. My point is we used to ace it, but now we pretend it was worse than before. Yeah. Not only that, but elastic pants smell like ass after a while. Yeah, because the polyester and other synthetic fabrics attract oil because they're made out of oil. Polyester, elastane, they're all made of petroleum derivatives. So they're chemically attracted to other oils, like the stuff that your skin exudes. So when your oil gets on the fabric, it stays there, it bonds, and then the bacteria eats it and makes it stink. I don't know, man. This shit's from 1905. And I feel like there are some lessons to be learned here. Look at how roomy the sleeves are. The sleeves are massive on these clothes. I'm not really talking about what's fashionable. I'm more talking about what's comfortable and like practical, you know? Um, they're all 16 years old. Yes, all of these men are 16 or younger. You've got a great point about stretchy pants, but I'm a big boy and big numbers in my pant size label make me feel bad. Well, they shouldn't. You have to like get over that. Your body's your body. Don't be weird about it. Whatever. I've bought size 40 pants. I've bought size 32 pants. Whatever. Like, the pants is the pants, you know? Also, keep a lot of the pants that I own have some elastic in it. It's just that it's a little bit of elastic in the waistband to give you a little bit more adherence around the midsection, not like in the garment itself. The garment itself is drapes normally. You know, it's just like a little more to give a bit more like roominess to that. The main reason elastic became a thing is so that clothing companies could sell fewer sizes. Because now, rather than having to sell a 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, they could sell small, medium, large, XL, double XL. Because you have more room around the waist. And sometimes that works for a person, but oftentimes, especially if the, you know, elastane is excessive, it doesn't. I really enjoy bleeding away viewers at the beginning of stream like this. Looking good, Uves. All right, 1 second. What could have caused the bleed off? I guess we'll never know. I just want people to be comfortable. That's all. Close this, close that. Get to some actual news. Get your naked and famous Sashiko now before they run out comfy as fuck. I know. I saw they released it too. I don't want to talk about it, okay? I don't want to talk about it. I'm on a hiatus from buying pants. I own like 50 pairs of pants. Not really 50, more like 30. I'm not getting any more. I'm not getting any more until I drop a waistband size. That's my arbitrary, unfair rule for myself. And I already have a bunch of pants that fit me right now. So if I'm gonna actually lose weight, I'm gonna fucking buy that shit after. The only things I'm buying right now are accessories that are totally not dependent on my body size. Jewelry, shoes, maybe a watch would be nice. At 6'2", size 32 is too small. That's not true. Size 32, I think, is a pretty good, like, you have a slim waist. I mean, it depends person to person. There are 6'2" people with a 28-inch waist, though it's pretty uncommon. Weren't you saying after your birthday how skinny you are and that you need to gain a bit of weight? Yeah, but like that's weight that I want to gain in my muscle. It's just that my back and chest have been killing me lately. Ladies' trousers circa 1940. Yeah, it looks really good. I'm telling you, man, it's the high waist. That good? Yeah, I saw does anyone know how to reach out to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez? Because I have some advice for her. I see that for the oligarchy tour with Bernie, she's been dressed in like very casual, like borderline workwear clothing, which I think is really cool. But I have some recommendations vis-a-vis the cut of the pant that that would go hard. Because she's so close, man. If we just brought the trousers up by 1 inch, we could do something incredible. I'm sure she's eager to hear your fashion autism. Yeah, yeah. Well, it does vary by body shape. Sure, sure, sure. But like we're not talking about body shape here. We're just talking about proportionality. These pants are relatively slim and low rise. Though it's a comparison thing as well, obviously, because generally speaking, women's pants are higher rise than men's pants because of the body shape and stuff. But you know. Rate Bernie's fit too. I think Bernie, for the most part, dresses pretty well, but like, yeah, he's obviously not wearing high-waisted. These are like, not slim, but like low-rise chinos. It is more of a working class aesthetic. I know, I know. Do you not like low-rise jeans? I think low-rise jeans, and these are not low-rise, by the way. These are mid-rise. But I think low-rise jeans look fine if you're trying to look like Britney Spears in 2002. Like, if you're trying to look like a glam, like, you know, sexed up pop star, basically. And then you have, like, a tramp stamp right above your butt crack. And you know what I mean? You know what I mean. I don't think high-waisted looks pretentious, man. Dude, everyone was wearing high-waisted pants up until like 35 years ago. It's fucked up. Literally everyone, man. Remember that photo that someone put in chat recently of like their great grandpa working as a fisherman, and it was like 3 guys whose net worth was probably $10, and they were all wearing high-waisted pants? It does make you look like a fashionista, but it's like, damn, everyone did this. I think it's just because people are like, I don't know. Can we get to the politics now? The fashion segment is getting weird with the tramp stamps. Are you ChatGPT? What's wrong with talking about tramp stamps? That's like part of the aesthetic. The 2000s, the early 2000s aesthetic, you have low-rise jeans, and then you have a studded belt, like the with like the glass little like square studs, you know what I mean, that run all around it. And then you have the whale tail thongs, the thong strings coming up over your obliques, and then you have the tramp stamp. That's like the aesthetic of the time. And a really small tank top, yeah. Or maybe like a small tank top over a tight long sleeve t-shirt. Now we're cooking. Hey Vosh, just tuning in, but did you check out Cass Atlantic's Spring Summer 25 that dropped yesterday? Yeah, but I can't buy any of it because I promised not to buy any more clothing. Till I drop a waist size. It's fucked up, man. I'm being disciplined. Cass Atlantic is great. Aren't they based out of Morocco? Speaking of high-waisted pants, they love high-waisted pants over here at Cass Atlantic. That's what I'm talking about, man. Yes, they're in Morocco. Casa equals Casablanca. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. Reasonably priced for that sort of thing. I mean, yeah, it's literally like high quality, high waisted suit trousers with pleats for 200 bucks. Hard to find that normally. The light olive herringbone linen, this is crazy. If you want like a nice piece for your wardrobe that will that you can that you can just wear over and over and over and over again, man. Something like this, and you just wear it with some like tan loafers, no socks, and any top, and you're cooking something fierce. Okay, I know I said I can't buy anything, but this knit polo, is that part of the... Oh, it's beautiful. Hold on. It's so fucked up. It's even cotton, so I could wear it in the spring. And the little knit polo. This is such a reasonable price for this sort of thing. Oh my god, it has the little piping detail. If I got this, like, it would, even if I lost weight or gained weight, it's knitwear. It would conform to my size. I bet it's already sold out. It's not sold out. Motherfucker. Hold on 1 second. What's 49 centimeters in inches? 19.29, so I'd be an XL. What's 58 centimeters in inches? 22.83. Okay, so I'd be an XL, yeah. Our knitwear is made in Tunisia using Italian yarn. Oh, I'd be so cultured. And it'd be my first Cass Atlantic piece. The piping details. And it's navy. They have it in off-white. I'd probably still get it in navy, but they have it in off-white. They have a skipper collar. I'm only human, man. I think I still like this one the most. Can we agree that these are beautiful? Can we acknowledge that? Are we all like adult enough to acknowledge that these are gorgeous? And we can see them being worn by the models here. This guy's wearing the off-white one. Oh. It's so pretty. I've wanted to get a knit polo anyway. Too beautiful, they sell so quickly. They do. Cass Atlantic does one drop. Well, not just one drop, but for the most part, like, once they're out, they're out. I don't have my credit card information on this computer. I'll get it after stream. God damn it. All my will. It was worth nothing. Is it tariffed? I mean, it's all coming out of Morocco. I don't think Morocco's just... Isn't Morocco in the EU? So it'd just be getting the 10% tariff right now. No? Okay, then I guess it has other. I don't think it is. I don't know, man. I'm thinking about clothing. Shut up. American geography? Oh my fucking god. I know Morocco isn't in Europe, you stupid piece of shit. It's south of Spain. I also know that Morocco is one of the fucking, like, European colonial, like, economic exceptions where they're like pockets of it that are full of wealthy Europeans. Okay? So I don't know if there's, like, a special, like, if it's not in the EU, but there's some kind of, like, enclave shit going on. Morocco is in Africa? Yeah, I said that when I said south of Spain. To be fair, it has association status. There you go. Fuck you. Piece of shit. Bosch Googling what association status means. Lol. Peony Snake Wings, you're so smart. You're so smart. Okay. What if we covered actual politics? Sad news for you, it's not just the stock market anymore. US 10-year bond yields are now higher than Greece and Italy. That's like hydrogen bomb shit. Are they really higher than Greece? Holy fucking shit. We're at nearly 4.5. Oh my god. Is it worse than yesterday? Yeah, by 0.1%, which is not nothing. What does this mean? Okay, I'm trying to get better at explaining this, okay? There's a more or less finite amount of money that circulates in the United States in the form of the investment into our assets. The investments are like more or less divvied up between investments in the US government, the Treasury, in the purchasing of bonds, or in the private stock market, right? Money has to go somewhere. People move money around to the places where they think it'll make the most. People move money into the stock market when they think the stock market will make a high return. People move money out of the stock market and into bonds when they think the stock market is trending downward, but the government's a safe bet. Right now, the stock market is trending downward and people are pulling out of bonds. The higher the yield goes, they're trying to incentivize more people to buy bonds, so that means fewer people are buying bonds. This is how the government gets this is how the government borrows money, by selling its debt. If the yield goes up, people are not buying that debt, but people are also not putting their money in the stock market right now. For the most part, on average. If we go back to a 6-month view, you can see that right around here, the bond yields were actually higher. So you might think, okay, so why is it such a big deal that they're going up right here, right? Well, the difference is people were investing heavily in the stock market back around here because this was after Trump's after his election, but before his inauguration. This was the honeymoon period of time, this chunk right here, where people were like, yes, Trump won. We can say retard again. Yes. And all of the, like, Wolves on Wall Street hogs started dumping money into the market because they expected it to go to the moon. So you would expect bond yields to go up during this time, right? But this chunk right here, this chunk is rising while people are pulling money out of the market. That's very different. Does everyone understand? I've only just recently learned about this myself. I'm not a big econ guy, but I did some in-depth investigation, by which I mean I went on Twitter and I asked people talking about it, hey, what do you mean? Tell me what you mean. Can you tell me what you mean? What do you mean by that? And then they told me what they meant. Incidentally, this is like the best way to learn about things. Current yields, U.S. government 10-year, 4.51%. German 10-year, 2.57%. Canadian 10-year, 3.25%. Greek 10-year, 3.49%. Italy 10-year, 3.81%. Jesus Christ. So the implication here is that right now, of these 5 countries, people find the U.S. government's bonds the least appealing, even though the economy is crashing around the world. Still good for accelerationists. The potential long-term ramifications of this, if this is what people think it is, are very, 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 very bad. People are also wondering whether or not there's foreign involvement, right? Whether or not foreign countries are dumping their bonds, cashing them in, pulling the money out of the government. There's no proof so far that it's happening, but people suspect China or Japan might be. I don't know if they are. Eventually, that would come to light. Yeesh. What does this mean for Switch 2 prices? Well, on the plus side, well, hold on. There is good news here. There is good news here. Everyone, hold on. On the plus side, our currency is going down in value rapidly, which is great for exports. So if we start manufacturing the Switch here and then sell it to other countries, that'll be better for us. But if they're made in Vietnam and sold here, that's really bad, actually. Yeah, believe it or not, since the beginning of the year, the value of the dollar versus the euro has dropped by nearly 10%. Yeah, 10. It's something like 8.9, I think. Let me check. Since the beginning of the year. It's really bad. Look at that. If we go back to the beginning of the year right here, 0.97. A dollar was worth 0.97 euros. Now a dollar is worth 0.88 euros. See, on the other end of this gigantic spike downward right here. So relative to the euro, the dollar has dropped about 10% of its value in 3.5 months. Well, yeah, 3.5 months. So, yeah. Why would Biden do this? I don't know. I don't know. Now, Trump has explicitly said he wants a weak dollar. So this is in line with his aims. The New York Fed expects GDP growth now to be below 1% and boost inflation as high as 4%. Well, that's pretty cool. We did recently get... Hey, Vosh, one detail about bonds. Nobody can pull their money out. I'm sorry, to be clear, what I mean is not renew the bonds at auction. When they hold bonds, what I mean, like they hold the bonds, they don't rebuy them at auction. They allow their bonds to depreciate, you know. You can pull your money out of the government in aggregate. Why does Trump want a weaker dollar? Part of it, maybe because he's a envoy of chaos, and part of it, I think, is because he wants to turn America into a manufacturing haven. You got to understand, a lot of this really is down to his pathology, right? I think a big part of it is that he and the other oligarchs want to turn America into Russia, right? They don't really care about the health of the country. They care about their wealth, and it's easier to exploit an undemocratic country. But also part of it is just that Trump is a stubborn, stupid egomaniac, and he grew up during America's economic boom. Again, Trump was born in 1946. When Trump was a young man, America was the global manufacturing powerhouse. He saw everything. He saw our post-World War II boom. He saw the Rust Belt decay. He saw everything. He saw NAFTA. He saw manufacturing get moved to Mexico and then to China. He saw all of it. And he didn't understand any of it. He was just doing reality TV game show, whatever the fucks, you know? I think he understands that part of the reason why America is no longer a manufacturing powerhouse is because of our overvalued currency, which is true. It's not necessarily a bad thing for us not to be the prime manufacturer of the world, but, you know. So it's also possible that he genuinely thinks like that's how you return to the glory days. Who knows? Who knows how much of it he's aware of? I don't know. I'm not psychic. So he wants the citizens to hurt and hate him because Masterful Gambit, sir? I feel like I gave a more compelling explanation than that, but that's okay. Do you think there's any veracity to those theories with Peter Thiel and breaking America into techno-fascist city-states? Yeah, absolutely. Guys, the powers that be have literally always wanted that for all of human history. You can go back to any era of human history, and you will find, like, well-educated aristocrats being like, I think society would be run better if I controlled this province. I and none other. And they'll all have to call me king. This happens every century. It keeps happening over and over. We have to keep swatting them back down. Over and over and over again. I'm pretty sure that's why the Holy Roman Empire was the way it was. You know? Like, yeah, the Silicon Valley, tech fascists are just the modern version of that. They're not smart enough to understand that they're part of the historical cycle. You know what I mean? Like, all the brain power in the world to, I don't know, engage in venture capital shenanigans, but none of it to understand where you are in the grand, dialectical exchange. Well, while we're here giving a nice econ roundup, let's go over the other big numbers. Recent inflation report eased all the way down to 2.4%, which is pretty spectacular, to be honest. It was lower than people expected. Though, the most compelling explanation that I've seen for the decrease in inflation, which is, again, for March, not April, this is before the tariffs kicked off. We're talking about before the tariffs, is that people are anxious about the economy and they're not spending. Because people aren't spending, corporations can't really price up their products, The supply-demand curve is being scaled back in accordance with lowered consumer demand, which is what a recession is. So we don't have the GDP numbers. We have the inflation rate estimated for that month, which seems to indicate greater consumer anxiety. So that's cool. Oh, it says right there the 12-month rate. Whenever you read about the inflation rate in a month, they're talking about the annual rate extrapolated from that month. A 2.4% in March doesn't mean that prices rose that much in March. They're estimating that over the year at those rates, it would increase by that much. Yeah, the rolling 12-month average as it moves along. Unless you're talking about Brazil for some reason, or Turkey or Argentina, where it's actually minute by minute. Okay. Oil prices by barrel. We're doing the econ roundup, okay? Because I feel like I've been doing a bad job of, consolidating all of this. All right, well, oil could be doing better. Remember, low oil prices, typically, if oil prices spike downward, that means that the businesses that buy oil do not expect to need as much, which indicates a recessionary influence, right? A recessionary indicator, because they don't think they're going to need to use it to trade, Oil prices went down, of course, during COVID, most famously. Right now, WTI crude is at 61.5, which is a marginal improvement from where it was yesterday. But on the whole, they're still pretty goddamn low. I think it's $60 a barrel for crude. My understanding is that this is around the point where it's difficult to start any more offshore fracking. Offshore drilling. This is a price point where you can't economically justify fracking, offshore drilling, or other more expensive ways. It's pretty expensive to do offshore drilling or fracking. You got to set up a lot of infrastructure. I was doing some Wikipedia kung fu on that last night, and it's pretty damn complicated. I mean, I knew it was complicated, I guess, just reconciling with the extent to which it is, More green energy then? I wouldn't expect that. Isn't this generally also the point where profits become really, really narrow? Yeah, well, it definitely does help that OPEC has been putting out a lot lately in terms of their oil production. Just keep in mind, and we talked about this yesterday, but oil production is an inelastic supply. Once you open up an oil well, that oil's coming whether or not you want it to. Whether or not price goes up or down, it's not like a factory where you can say, hey, you know, people aren't buying as much of this widget. Make less of this widget. That way, we're not overproducing it. Once you open up the oil tap, the oil comes, and it's very expensive to shut it down and then reopen it later. People lose jobs. It's a huge hassle. So for the most part, you keep those wells running no matter what. I miss financial advisor suit wash. Yeah, are people taking me less seriously now because I'm wearing a t-shirt rather than a suit? Is the effect that pronounced? Yes. Damn. Rip. Do you even own a suit? Have you been watching my... Well, actually, you're not incorrect. That wasn't a suit. That was a sport jacket. Whatever. Anyway, yes. Basically, if oil prices get too low, it's a large negative indicator. Okay, final econ roundup. How's the market doing? I actually don't know. I haven't checked today. Holding steady, I assume? Up 1.6%. Okay. Holding steady in the grand pattern of things, I guess. The S&P 500 up 1.66%. But it's been fluctuating multiple points every day. So, you know, whatever. We see the overall, we have the big crash following the reciprocal tariffs, and then the big up when he paused them, and we've been wiggling since. How's CNN's Fear and Greed? Probably up to like a 10? A 14? People are only feeling moderate amounts of extreme fear. That's nice. Oh, it was 15 a second ago? Now it's 15. This index is kind of the same as VIX? Yes. Crisis averted, we are so back. Like I've said a million times before, but I have to keep repeating it. Look at the stock market during any period of time that we now recognize in retrospect as a crash. Look at 2020, look at 2008, look at 1987, look at fucking, you know, 1931 or whatever. I always forget which year the Great Depression big crash was. I don't know why. It should be pretty evident, I feel like I should remember that. It's pretty important. 1929. Okay, yeah, I always blank on that. There was a long period of volatility back then. A long period of volatility. Anyway, you look back at any of those historical crashes, and there's always a ton of fluctuation because everyone's trying to, you know, outsmart the market, make a bunch of money on the rebound. What do they call that? A dead cat bounce? The idea that, like, if you drop a dead cat from high up, it'll bounce. What's with our euphemisms? Why do we say that? And why are we so mean to cats? Curiosity killed the cat? No, it didn't. Mostly makes my cats, like, sniff each other's butts, which is, like, gross, but, you know, they're cats. Even a dead cat would bounce when dropped from a great height. Yeah, just like, why are we mean to cats? How would a cat bounce? I don't know, through, like, the elasticity of its dead body? It's kind of fucked up. By the way, what does many ways to skin a cat mean? That's what I mean! Why are we so fucking mean to cats? What did cats do? Cats have been useful to us. They followed our armies around and ate up the dead, or they killed the rats during plague times. They would go after rats and eat them, so the rats wouldn't get to us and the fleas on the rats wouldn't spread the bubonic plague. I know dogs historically have been considered more useful to us, and dogs will do basically anything we ask them to, but, like, cats are really cute. because they keep sitting on my computer exhaust. That's true. Ruben keeps doing that when I play Total War. My computer's already belting out a bunch of heat, and then he'll sit and cover 2/3 of the vent on top of my PC, and it'll be like a fucking wind turbine in there, but I can't remove him from it because I know he's having a blast, because he's basically having like a blow dryer applied to his belly. But he doesn't like the blow dryer when I blow dry my hair in the morning, so... Okay, whatever. Because it's loud? Trust me, my computer is also loud when I'm playing Total War. I need your opinion on beavers. I mean, they're really cute, right? Like, they're kind of weird looking, but they're really cute. Yeah, what's up with that? Total War is so intensive. I mean, yeah, but like, it's battles of like 4,000 individual character models that all have their own like animations and models that get hit with like arrows and stuff. It's amazing it can run it all. They've got some like fucking optimization wizardry going on underneath the hood there. For those in the know, been playing Malachi Malakinson, or whatever the name of the Slayer dwarf is, and I've taken over the entire peninsula with all of the Norska, and I'm fucked because every single Chaos faction to the north has declared war on me, and there are like 7 Chaos and Chaos aligned armies in the island right off the peninsula, the one that's like to the southwest, that have declared war on me. There are legitimately 14 enemy armies that are hovering by my bases. So I'm basically in like a every city gets a fort mode right now. But on the plus side, the humans in Kislev have done a really good job clearing up the south. What difficulty? Very hard, very hard. I'm proud though, because recently, at one of my cities with only a tier 2 fort, not a tier 3 one, beat off an almost full chaos army. I had to take a couple of tries at it, but it was like quick, like spacing, because it was a Nurgle army, to like make sure the plague didn't spread from unit to unit or whatever, with like really careful positioning and stuff. I was pretty. I did a lot of microing with very basic units. Okay. That's a grudging. Oh, that's a grudging. You know that's a grudging. That cup is gross. It's got cinnamon. When Vermin brought up the coffee, because they make me coffee in the morning because they're very lovely, some of the cinnamon from on top of the coffee went down the side of the cup. But when I put it in the sink, it'll wash off. It's not a permanent feature of the cup. Could see how that looks gross without knowing that it's not like a permanent stain or whatever. You can wash cups, yeah, but low key, they're like the most annoying thing to wash, right? Or high key, even. Because my big hand doesn't get in the cup properly, so I have to do the like, you know, to get the sponge in. Very annoying. Is a dishwasher safe? I've never used a dishwasher once in my life. I don't believe in that, to be honest. Hold on. This is actually important. Okay, here we go. Big update. So right at the end of last stream, like literally right as I was about to end, and I ran late too, so I'm glad that it happened before I left. The Supreme Court, in a shocking 9-0 decision, which never happens, said that the Department of Justice has to facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the legal resident who was unlawfully sent to the torture prison down in El Salvador. Presumably, yeah, because they want to protect judicial power, like as a concept. I don't know. The DOJ, in response to a Supreme Court ruling, attempted to cancel today's hearing, which was held by Judge Zimar, the judge who filed the initial demand. The DOJ tried to cancel the hearing and delay filing a response to the judge's order. And we'll run through this because there have been a lot of updates. Abrego Garcia's lawyers urged the judge to reject the DOJ's efforts to delay. They say the government was under order for multiple days to begin facilitating Abrego Garcia's return prior to Chief Justice Roberts' stay order on Monday. Judge Dinas grants the government a partial extension to 11:30 a.m. 11:30 passed with no responsive filing from the Justice Department. The hearing is set for 1 p.m. And then finally, the Department of Justice says it will not comply with Judge Dinas' order because the deadline she set is impracticable. Is that the word they're going for? Okay, we'll go with that. Response to amended preliminary injunction order. Defendants are unable to provide the information requested by the court on the impracticable deadline set by the court hours after the Supreme Court issued its order. The Supreme Court's order directs the court to, quote, clarify its directive with due regard for the deference owed to the executive branch in the conduct of foreign affairs. The court has not yet clarified what it means to facilitate or effectuate the return as it relates to this case, as plaintiff is in the custody of a foreign sovereign. Essentially what the Department of Justice is doing is acting in bad faith. They're saying, even after a 9-0 Supreme Court ruling, well, we don't actually need to show up to your hearing, even though we're legally required to. Because, like, you haven't done your part of the assignment. You haven't told us what you mean by effectuate the return of Abrego Garcia. You didn't give us enough time, and also, like, you haven't done your homework, and, yeah, so we're not going to show up. Needless to say, defendants were under no obligation to take action under the court's order while it was administratively stayed by the Chief Justice of the United States. In light of the insufficient amount of time afforded to review the Supreme Court's order following the dissolution of the administrative stay in this case, defendants are not in a position where they can share any information requested by the court. This is a lie. This is a flat-out lie. For one, they do have the information requested by the court and should have had it ready. For two, they would not need to mention, quote, the court has not yet clarified what it means to facilitate or effectuate the return or whatever else. If their complaint is that they don't have the time, that is irrelevant and shouldn't be mentioned here. They're acting in bad faith. I mean, obviously. Defendants received the order late in the evening last night. They are reviewing the order and actively evaluating next steps. It is unreasonable and impractical for defendants to reveal potential steps before these steps are reviewed, agreed upon, and vetted. Foreign affairs cannot operate on judicial timelines, in part because it involves sensitive country-specific considerations, wholly inappropriate for judicial review. This is also a lie, just flat-out incorrect. And what's more, it is a defiance of the Supreme Court's order. DOJ's position ignores Dinas' request for information about steps the administration has already taken, not just the ones it might take in the future. Judge Dinas has taken the bench. This 1 hour ago now. This begins by summing up the SCOTUS order, which she notes affirmed all aspects of my decision and prior orders save for requiring clarification. The court amended its prior order and made clear what the government must do consistent with the Supreme Court's directive. So, it's happening. We're finally here. A constitutional crisis. But not in the form that we expected. But we are at one now. The Department of Justice is now flat out ignoring and lying in response to an order from a court that has been affirmed by the Supreme Court. So what we expected would happen was that the administration would ignore the courts and the Supreme Court would weigh in favor of the administration. Shockingly, no. In this case, the Supreme Court is also demanding action from the Department of Justice. So this is a higher level of constitutional crisis than we expected. Could marshals be deployed for this? Eventually, yes. That's the level this is at. It's already gone up to the top. There is no authority above the Supreme Court. That's as far up as you get. Eventually, yeah, Judge Zenas will have the legal authority to deploy marshals to ensure compliance, if she chooses to. We have a video that just came out half an hour ago. Abrego Garcia's lawyer briefs press after SCOTUS orders Trump admin to facilitate return. Is this after Zenas's hearing or no? I don't think it is. Chat, I'm calling upon you. Does anybody have any information, anything ongoing about that hearing being held by Judge Zenas right here? This one right here. Does anyone have anything, any video, any news article that's updating with information? That's what I want. No? Well, then go find it.
Good afternoon. My name is Simon Sandoval-Moshenberg with the law firm of Murray Osorio. This afternoon we were back in front of Judge Zenas on remand from the United States Supreme Court, which last night issued a unanimous 9-0 decision affirming the order of the district judge that they need to facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia to the United States and give him all of the due process that he should have had.
The judge is demanding constant updates. Here we go. Somebody was useful. Thank you. Nothing has been done. Judge slams DOJ in case of wrongly deported man. This is from 10:34 a.m., so this is from about an hour ago. This is from the ongoing hearing. The DOJ says it doesn't know the whereabouts of Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia. Is he actually dead? No, I still can't believe that he'd be dead. It'd be so irrational for them to kill Americans sent down there. I guess they're not American citizens, but it wouldn't make any sense. They might just be obfuscating. My guess is that they're obfuscating. They're pretending not to know so they can delay the process. From now until compliance, I am going to require daily statuses, daily updates, U.S. District Judge Paula Zenas said at a hearing in Maryland on Friday. We're going to make a record of what, if anything, the government is doing or not doing. The judge says she will require updates on Abrego Garcia's location, what steps the Trump administration has taken to facilitate his return, what additional steps the government will take to return him. The judge said the Supreme Court, in its ruling on the matter late Thursday, was quite clear in directing the Trump administration to facilitate the return of Abrego Garcia. That is true. The Supreme Court has spoken quite clearly, Judge Zenas said, and yet I can't get an answer today about what you've done in the past, which means, again, the record as it stands is that nothing has been done. Judge Zenas began the hearing by asking the government to answer where Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia is, but Deputy Assistant Attorney General Drew Ensign told the judge he does not have the information regarding... Okay. So he's not saying the DOJ doesn't know. He's saying that he doesn't know. That's different. Those are two different claims, okay? Where is he and under whose authority? Zenas repeatedly asked. I do not have that knowledge, and therefore I cannot relate that knowledge. Yes, okay. It's not that he's dead. Probably. It's that they're obfuscating. The more they pretend not to know, the more they can gum up this process. I'm not asking for state secrets. I'm asking where one man who is wrongfully and illegally deported, removed from this country is. Your Honor, I do not have the information provided to me that I can provide you, Ensign said once again. The judge decided to go ahead with Friday's hearing. Okay. There's a thread with live updates. Oh, man. Okay. I'm in Greenbelt, Maryland for Lawfare Blue Sky Social. Are you in the courtroom? Huh. Okay, opening stuff, opening stuff, opening stuff. We already know that. Ensign says, plaintiffs have said he was let known to be in El Salvador. Government hasn't submitted evidence to contradict that. Judge says, so there's no evidence where he is today. That's extremely troubling. Judge moves on to the next question. What steps has the government taken thus far to facilitate return? Notes there was a period of several days in which her order to return him was in effect. What have the defendants done? Ensign, not prepared to share that info. Still evaluating what we can share. Okay, yeah, obfuscation, obfuscation. Okie dokie, okie dokie. Okay, so they've done nothing. This is a yes or no question. This is a direct question that is yes or no. I'm not asking what yet, just was there anything done to facilitate return? Ensign says, I'm unable to answer. I don't have knowledge of that. Communicate this to your client. If they being the Justice Department, don't communicate any evidence to you as their representative that you can communicate to the court, then there is no evidence. Easy way to combat that is to communicate what they've done to you, and if they can't, they need to put it into writing. That you don't know suggests you don't have a full and effective relationship with your client. Can you explain why you don't have personal knowledge? Ensign repeats line about needing to evaluate the SCOTUS order. We're actively considering what could be done. This is a case that involves 3 cabinet departments. And judge replies, and while you do that, the irreparable harm continues. Is anyone moving with any speed on your end? SCOTUS has spoken quite clearly. Judge Zenas says it's not unreasonable to ask this info. Ensign says that the government could have some information/responses by Tuesday, as they requested. Says might involve invocations of privilege, but he doesn't know. Again, keep in mind, all we're talking about is like information as to what the department has done to facilitate the return of a person who was illegally deported and on his whereabouts. None of this is privileged information. This is not top secret. None of this is top secret. Literally, like, Donald Trump could call Bukele and get an answer within 30 minutes. And none of that information would be top secret. There's nothing top secret about an El Salvadorian prison. That's not our top secret. That's not us. If we called them and asked, where is he? And got an answer, that would be it. That's not privileged information. There was a giant pool of blood at the detention center today, visible on satellite. That's fake news, I'm afraid. You're talking about an older satellite photo where there's something that kind of looks like a slightly reddish puddle on the giant facility. It's not really... It's an older photo, and it doesn't really necessarily describe what you think. On satellite? Well, yeah, everything's visible on satellite. Again, CSOT is just a prison. You can view it via satellite. It's not secret. It's not Area 51. It's a foreign prison. Ensign says, we fundamentally disagree on the status of the court's order. SCOTUS says the deadline is no longer effective. Oh, this is like a constitutional crisis, man. We fundamentally disagree on the status of the Supreme Court's affirmation of your order. Zenas says, because the admin stayed the order past the deadline. So now you have a new amended order, which makes clear you have to facilitate return. Ensign says, due regard for the executive means at a minimum you are required to hear from executive in a written brief before any order could become effective again. No? Judge says, no, that's not right, basically. We're not going to slow walk this, she said. We're not relitigating what SCOTUS put to bed. Dude, the DOJ lawyer is just straight up lying. He's not just saying, oh, we don't know. He's just flat out, like, denying the content of the brief. Ensign says, we believe due regard requires to hear from us before any amended order be issued. Judge says, I disagree with you. Now plaintiff's counsel up. says court's order was sufficiently clear. Defendants did not comply. Leaves the remedy at the discretion of the court. It's quite clear the defendants are playing a game with their own order. Court should order people with personal knowledge before court. Judge Zenas, what to do with government saying we can't do this before Tuesday? Plaintiff's counsel says government hasn't provided factual basis for why they can't provide info/comply with order before that. That is true. Judge says, what I'm contemplating is very quick briefing order and order of compliance. Government, she says, just so we're clear, there are no business hours in this court. And if we need to, I'm going to require daily status updates on what, if anything, the government is doing or not doing. Garcia's counsel says daily status updates would be appropriate and they would respond as needed very quickly to each update. Ensign says government intends to comply with SCOTUS order, but court deadlines are not practicable. Judge says, then you can tell the public that every day in status updates. Whoo! I hope you will in good faith comply and we'll take it from there, but I know I want daily updates until this is resolved. Do you have any alternative suggestions for me, Mr. Ensign? Ensign wants a declaration due by Monday close of business, not daily. Judge says, my order is daily updates. I don't understand why these questions can't be answered today, but maybe you can answer them for me by 5 p.m. tomorrow, and we'll go ahead and set a follow-up hearing for the day after government files the declaration I previously requested. Ensign repeats that deadlines are impracticable, but that they intend to comply with SCOTUS order. And that's it. Hearing order. Judge will enter written order in due course. Jesus, man. This is I know it's pretty obvious just from having looked at it, but like this is extremely serious. Like the DOJ is essentially saying like, well, they are lying about what was written in the Supreme Court order and pretending that they don't have an obligation to provide the information that they need to provide, and they're arguing with the pace at which that information is to be provided, and they're obfuscating with what they know and the timeline that they can follow to deliver new information. It's crazy how belligerent they're being, even when the Supreme Court is taking the other side. 9-0. 9-0. The judge is seriously putting themselves at risk going in with all this. Oh yeah, for sure. In the span of a single week, Judge Zenas has placed like 10 times the target on her back that Judge Boasberg had before, or still has. Like if I was her, I'd be, yeah, you know, I'd be issuing judicial orders from a submarine, you know, somewhere in the Arctic Sea, from an undisclosed location. Man, what happens if the DOJ just doesn't? This judge, I feel like she might deploy marshals. Like it's if the DOJ continues day after day after day to not comply, she might deploy marshals. We might see standoffs. It's within her right. It's within her right. It's 100% within her right. And there's no appeal that can save them. It's already gone up to the Supreme Court. I thought the marshals were under the jurisdiction of the executive. Well, if you want to get technical about it. It would be like a standoff either way, you know? They would have to they would probably try to just like remove her department. The theoretical happening that we're talking about right now, it's in the realm of like everything's blowing up anyway. Like what we're talking about a situation that would essentially be beyond the pale. Yeah, basically, you know? I've seen people say the judge can deputize anyone, not just marshals if necessary. I'm sorry, I don't because society is not supposed to work this way, I don't know what would happen if marshals were deployed against the DOJ and the DOJ ordered them to stand down because they technically control the marshals. I don't think anyone the DOJ is the top prosecutorial authority in the country. But that doesn't mean they control the judicial branch. Technically, because of, you know, judicial independence. I don't know. Damn. Marshals are sworn to the Constitution, not Trump. So, yeah, well, Trump swore to the Constitution, too. So that doesn't mean shit. Trump says 5 more law firms agree to pro bono work to avoid punitive executive orders. Does anyone else think this is actually a really bad strategy on his part? I understand what he's trying to do. All of Trump's lawyers have been crazy loyalists who lose court cases because they are bad lawyers and they are only there to suck his dick. The problem is the reason those lawyers lose court cases is because Trump is wrong. So he can threaten legal action against law firms until they agree to do pro bono work for him. But all you're getting is a bunch of hostage-taken lawyers who are working for free, who don't like you, who are now out of their legal wheelhouse because they're being argued, they're being ordered to argue in favor of factually incorrect positions. So you're getting non-criminal lawyers to lie for you, and now they're out of their realm of comfort, they're out of their realm of expertise, they already dislike you, they're working for free, and they know that they're cucked to you. Seems like a recipe for getting them to do really bad work, you know? I don't know. Anyway, we'll see how this goes. This is... Yeah. Any idea why the Supreme Court voted 9-0 this way? I'm still very surprised that Clarence Thomas did this. It might honestly just be resentment on the part of the judiciary that Trump clearly does not think they're necessary in his regime. Like, the unitary executive theory does kind of leave the judges out to cold. And it's possible that they just feel, like, slighted, yeah? Because they wasted all that time getting, like, educated, and it turns out the only way to take over a country is to be, like, a fucking retard. They might just want fascism, but through due process. What would marshals physically do if the judge uses them? No one knows. No one knows what this would look like. To my knowledge, no one has ever deployed marshals against the Department of Justice. We're dealing, we're totally uncharted territory. Don't you feel lucky that maybe you get to find out? Yay! Why can't they order the leader of the DOJ into court? Pam Bondi? I mean, for a wide variety of reasons. She heads the department, but she's not one of their lawyers. It's below her pay grade to be showing up, like, as a lawyer in one of the innumerable court cases the DOJ oversees. Also, if you did that, that would be like, I mean, do you want to start a war? Yeah? Well, that would be a war we'd lose. So pick your battles. Sheesh. What do we have to send that off to the editors? What do we title that? It's like a complicated concept, you know? DOJ acting in bad faith, update to Supreme Court ruling. The DOJ is trying to ignore the Supreme Court ruling. That's probably a good one. Maybe like... The DOJ situation is insane. This constitutional crisis is crazy. You guys can't keep doing that because, like, that would work. And I try to have a little bit more integrity than that, you know? You can't keep doing... Because what frustrates me is that you're right. Every title could be that and you hogs would still click on it, you know? I'm just trying to do a little bit better by you guys. I wouldn't fall for the bait. Yeah, everyone says that. We're in the weave now, boys. It does kind of feel that way. Courts hate this one simple trick to defy Supreme Court orders. Yeah, it turns out if you're the DOJ, you can get away with a lot. Fun fact, the Supreme Court has the ability to disbar any lawyer. If they had balls, they could do the funniest thing ever. They wouldn't. That'd be too funny. They're not cool enough. Okay. What the hell is this? Why do I have so many fucking tabs open? What are these? Jamie Dimon says Gen Z has no reason to be depressed. As long as there's no nuclear war, they'll have an unbelievable life. That's cool. And here I thought the CEO of JP Morgan Chase would be based and like in tune with the common man. Younger people are set to benefit financially from inheritance passed down by boomer and Gen X relatives. Oh, man. People say the next generation's in bad shape. Really? They're going to inherit a country that's worth $200 or $300 trillion. They're probably going to live to 120. AI is going to cure some cancers. It's worth seeing stuff like this. To remember, okay, you know how over the past few weeks I keep saying over and over, like, the people who run the stock market are less intelligent than the average person. They're insulated by wealth, by class privilege, by yes men. They actually know what's going on, like, less than the average person, you know? This is exactly what I mean. Like, if you went back 500 years and you wanted to get a feel for how well a country was doing, who would you rather talk to? A court noble whose only day-to-day tasks are like dressing for, you know, performative hunts with the king and going to balls, or a farmer? Who do you think would get you a better assessment of like the, you know, how things are going, like all together in the realm? My personal opinion, for the most part, I think you'd have better luck with the peasant. This guy can't possibly believe all that. It's infuriating. Dude, all wealthy people are like this. Like, literally. You know the whole avocado toast thing? They're all like this. The crazy thing is that sometime in the past 10 years, in younger people's eyes, there was a shift where it used to be all Gen Z and millennials and stuff hated people like this guy. But now young people look up to him because they see him as like Sigma alpha male, Wolf of Wall Street, hyper chads who expertly, you know, outmaneuvered the market and their sheeple peers to outperform. Yeah, like hustle culture blew up, and now a bunch of young men see this and they're like, yeah, I want to be that. Dunking their heads in ice water or something. How do we lose our way so badly? It's just the modern version of like temporarily embarrassed millionaire. It used to be the temporarily embarrassed millionaire was like, yeah, if you work hard at the factory, you'll get a promotion and then we'll like, you know, all be wealthy or something. And now it's like, yeah, if you just like time your crypto coin pump and dump scheme perfectly, then you get to never worry about money again in your entire life. It's fundamentally, it's the same thing, and that very few people actually achieve this, but they will get mad at you for pointing out that basically no one achieves this. Like if you go up to the random factory worker and say, you know, you're not going to get promoted, right? There's 100 workers here and one manager. Like, and one of the workers is the son of the manager. You're not getting promoted. Like you will be in this position until you die, basically. They'll get mad at you because you're taking their dream away. And likewise, if you go up to like one of those hustle culture, you know, Gen Z crypto whatevers, and you're like, you know, this isn't happening, right? They're going to call you, you know, they're going to say you're weak. They're going to say like, well, you're not going to make it. I'm going to make it because I've got diamond hands, but you're not going to make it. Isn't there an actual chance of getting lucky with the pump and up though? There's always a chance to randomly get wealthy, but it's not about that. It's about like the overall aggregate social well-being. People on average are doing worse. Economic inequality is on average increasing. It's like saying there's no problem with society because anyone could win the lottery. It doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense, you know? Oh, well, you can like work harder and be smarter to win in the crypto game. Yeah, well, you can like buy more lottery tickets, you know? It's like Marx said, you know, the ideology of the ruling class is the ruling ideology. You've got a direct like one-to-one parallel between the positions of oligarchs like this and the positions of those like Gen Z hustle culture dipshits who are the most like you know, they're the peons, you know, they're like the ones who enforce this culture. In 2023, Dimon, now 69, nice, said that AI will not only allow people to live into their hundreds, but will also vastly reduce the working week. That's so true, man. That's like the main effect that I've been seeing so far of AI. It's been reducing people's work hours. That's typically what happens when work-saving technology is invented. People live better lives and work for less time. Whatever. It's JP. I don't know why I'm talking about a guy who runs JP Morgan. Like, obviously he's evil. It's not. That A1 steak sauce thing is really funny. Okay. Let me close. I got a bunch of extra tabs up for when I was asking people to give me information. Uh, Here we go. Trump is waiting for Xi to call. The Chinese see it differently. Really? One country was conspicuously absent from any outreach. China. You know, China raised their tariffs on America again. What are they at? 145, 125% on us? Whatever. It's a meaningless number at this point. 1,000,000% both ways. Who cares? He's not going to. 125, yeah. Why would he budge? Xi Jinping said that China is not afraid of a prolonged trade conflict. Of course, the Chinese were told once again that Chinese President Xi Jinping should request a call with U.S. President Donald Trump. Instead, U.S. officials woke up to news of increased Chinese tariffs and no request for a leader-level call. Xi also made comments that only dug him in further. For over 70 years, China's I need you guys to understand that for a moment, much in the same way that we try to sometimes, and poorly at that, with Donald Trump's voice, I almost did a Chinese accent when the quotes began. And that was like a synaptic response up here. It wasn't cognitive. I didn't think about it. And I didn't do it. I didn't do it because I'm smart. Because I caught myself. Pussy? Yeah. You build a big politics channel and then fucking suplex it into the ground with your goddamn racial bits. It is fucked up that you can do a Russian accent just fine, but not a Chinese accent. Go listen, okay? It's about like the oppressor-privilege dynamic, right? Okay? So when Ameripores are eating dirt to survive and the Chinese are building like a moon empire, can we do it then? And then it'll be racist to do like an American accent. If a Chinese guy is like, oh, howdy, y'all, I'm American, yee-haw. That would be like saying the N-word in 40 years because of the dynamic, you know? Type shit. For over 70 for over for over 70 years, China's development has relied on self-reliance and hard work, never on handouts from others, and it is not afraid of any unjust suppression, she said, according to state broadcaster CCTV during his meeting with the Spanish Prime Minister. An unprecedented trade war between the world's two economic superpowers is quickly taking shape, with both countries waiting for the other to blink. So who do you think's going to win out? China, the country that's been incredibly stable and consistent with its foreign policy, or America, the country that's applied 17 different tariff strategies in the past 5 days? Where, like, every single day investors wake up to a new fucking paradigm. Gotta say I'm entirely on China's side here. Oh, 100, yeah, absolutely, 100%. Absolutely. Two senior White House officials tell CNN the U.S. will not reach out to China first. Trump has told his team China must be the first to make the move, as the White House believes it is Beijing that has chosen to retaliate and further escalate the trade war. Of course. That stance has been conveyed to Beijing for roughly 2 months, with Trump's team clearly telling Chinese officials that Xi should request a call with Trump. Holy shit, dude. Art of making a deal. This makes us so fucking weak. Are you kidding me? You've been doing this even for before the real tariffs for 2 months? Hey, you know, we're not going to talk to you first, so you should talk to us first. You imagine this in any interpersonal situation? Please call me. Hey, you should call me. It's pathetic. But Beijing has repeatedly refused to arrange a leader-level phone call, according to 3 sources familiar with the official communications. Hold on a second. Wasn't Trump on Air Force One like a month ago, where someone asked him when he last spoke to Xi Jinping, and he says, I speak to him all the time, constantly, or something like that? Was that with Putin, or was that with Xi Jinping? Because I feel like I remember him saying, like, oh yeah, we talk all the time. Didn't he say that? I think that was Putin. Okay, maybe it was Putin. One hurdle Trump's team believes is Xi's desire to not be seen as weak by making the first move and approaching the U.S. for talks. Talk about projection. Jesus Christ. 2 months of kicking your feet saying, oh, you should call first. I think he won't call first because he's afraid of looking weak. Always, Xi Jinping cares about his approval rating a lot. It's just that China's much better positioned to win a trade war against America. Much better positioned. This is the chance China gets to win. They're not going to get another one, at least not for a long time. Probably not within Xi Jinping's lifetime, you know? Honestly, maybe this takes the pressure off Taiwan, you know? Like, the threats towards Taiwan have largely been a product of A, completing the national narrative of unification, B, projecting fascist strength, and C, resisting American influence in the region, right? So if they win a trade war against us and like America's brought to its heel, I wonder if Taiwan like just is less of a priority. I don't know. maybe they're like, we give it a we'll give you a few more decades or something. We just want a trade war against the United States of America. I'm coping. It's nice to think of, though. China wants to make a deal. They just don't know how quite to go about it. Trump said it Wednesday during an event at the White House. We saw this. You know, it's one of the things they don't quite know. They're proud people. Behind the scenes, official channels at the working level are active, but high-level dialogue has not been happening. Meanwhile, unofficial channels have been... Okay, just a quick point, by the way. Like, think about it for a second. In a high-level talk directly between Trump and Xi Jinping, isn't it crazy how easily Xi Jinping would fucking dog-walk him? We're talking about, like, the undisputed fucking decades-long ruler of the largest country in the world that's currently, like, leveraged in an advantageous position against the United States in a trade war versus the sweatiest, most soggy-brained fucking megalomaniac in the world. There's no way. Unofficial channels have proven unproductive, according to 3 sources briefed in the situation, paving the way for a game of economic chicken with a costly and uncertain end. China's reliance on strict protocol and desire to prepare Xi for any call of this magnitude is fundamentally at odds with how Trump does business, some current and former officials say, which they point as the main hang-up in trying to get productive talks underway. China has been trying to set up a back channel like it had with Joe Biden's national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, but so far that effort has been unsuccessful. Really? You don't want to you're having a difficult time setting up a back channel with Trump's cabinet? Why am I blanking? Tulsi Gabbard isn't national security. She's national intelligence. Who's national security? It's me? It's you? That's crazy. Is it Michael Waltz? That sounds right. It's one of the less talkative. Yeah, National Security Advisor, Michael Waltz. The guy with the I always remember him because he's got like a fucking brick chin. Also, I feel like he looks a tiny bit like John Cena. Just a little bit? Does anyone else feel that way? Come on. Don't do this to me. Every time I say someone looks like someone, you guys are like, no. Yes? Thank God. But unlike John Cena, this guy is not Bing chillin'. He's not going to be communicating with China. The U.S. objection, according to officials, the Trump administration has balked at China's foreign minister Wang Yi serving as the interlocutor, suggesting Wang is not close enough to Xi's inner circle and cannot be trusted. Okay. I feel like foreign minister is pretty high up there. Maybe? I don't know. China's a big country. This guy looks serious. He's got like a pinstripe suit on. Massive collar gap, though. Unfortunate. There are good tailors in China, Mr. Yi. Yi. Chinese officials have been presented with the specific names of people the Trump White House would like to engage with instead, but China won't budge, sources say. Further inflaming tensions, the Chinese readout of a call between Wang and Secretary of State Marco Rubio earlier this year appeared to misrepresent the contents of the call, Rubio later said. Are we just going off Rubio's word? That didn't happen, at least not on the call, or maybe, or at least maybe their interpreter didn't want to interpret it that way. Rubio said of the Chinese claim that Rubio was warned not to overstep himself. Two senior White House officials told CNN Trump would be happy for communication to begin below the leader level if it brought about results. Wow, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I didn't realize how one-sided this was. I didn't realize that on literally like every level for months now, the Trump White House has been like, please call, please, please God, please anything. We'll do anything to communicate. Please, holy shit, please, I'm begging you. Please open up to us. And Xi Jinping has been holding frame the entire time. Oh yeah, the Chinese hate us? They deserve it. Have you been seeing the posts that have been making the rounds? Like the freak bot or right-wing or NAFO people who are like, we should nuke the Three Gorges Dam or whatever and kill 400 million Chinese? They should hate us. The vice president called them peasants. That's true. He did do that. That was a little rude. It's Three Gorges. Three Gorges. Three Gorges. Three Gorges. Three Georges. Maybe the inventor of the English language shouldn't have made G have multiple sounds.
The tariffs on China now stand at 145%.
That's great.
How quickly is that going to be felt in the United States by companies, by consumers?
So it really depends on the product, and it also depends on the company. Some companies have said that they're raising prices basically right away to get ahead of it. I think for some companies, particularly small businesses, they're finding that they simply just can't afford to pay the cost of that tariff, that it's totally prohibitive. So they may choose not to import those products at all. Other companies may be able to absorb the prices a little bit. So you might not see price increases for many months or later on into the year. But the fact is, that is money that is due to the government. A tariff of 140% means that the importer is paying the entire import.
President Trump, then you have saying, President Xi is a great friend, really wants to make this happen, wants to have these meetings with him. I am struck by the fact that we are in this moment. And last Wednesday, we were told by the president that there was a national emergency. He declared a national emergency. That is why all of these tariffs were needed. When it comes to that emergency, is that now on pause along with these additional tariffs over the 90-day periods, or are we still in an...
He really liked Xi too? Do you think... I don't want to do great man theory stuff because I think mostly this is down to like material conditions and stuff. It genuinely does seem like a lot of Trump's foreign policy has been guided by the fact that every leader will suck up to the US president, and Putin and Xi specifically understood that he's stupid and can be led anywhere with flattery. So Trump seems to legitimately believe he's good friends with Putin and Xi, and now he's felt betrayed because now that Trump doesn't have any people holding him back, he's really, really, really easy to use to manipulate the country, or like to weaken the country. Because he hasn't said anything positive about Putin in a while. Over the past month, he's been shit-talking Putin because Putin's very obviously not interested in peace in Ukraine, which is making Trump look bad because he promised peace on day one. And he's been saying that, he respects Xi and he's good friends with Xi for so long, and he's complimented Xi so many times, for years, for like a decade now. But now she's like, well, it's time to bring the hammer down. I don't know, man. It's a great century. I just didn't think it'd be Chinese.
China is fully prepared to fight to the very end because the world is big enough that the United States is not the totality of the market in the world. So if the United States wants to go in that direction of completely shutting itself out of the China market, be my guest.
Yeah, and China will lose the US market, which, as I've said, is 15%.
We don't care. We don't care. China has been here for 5,000 years. Most of the time, there was no United States, and we survived. And if the United States wants to bully China, we will deal with the situation without...
You don't understand, okay? Listen, it's like Free Run, World's End, or After the End, or whatever the fuck that anime is titled, okay? From the perspective of a Chinaman, the life of an American is nothing. It's like the life of a mayfly. 5,000 years... they've held the mountains, all right? And now, for a moment, we exist, like a human's life in the eyes of an elf. And soon, we won't exist anymore, but they will still persist. Beyond Journey's End, there you go.
United States, and we expect to survive for another 5,000 years.
When you hear Donald Trump say China wants a deal, it just doesn't know how to go about it. They're proud people. J.D. Vance talks about Chinese peasants. What do you make of their conduct in this respect?
If J.D. Vance thinks that he's dealing with the peasants in China, and I'm proud to be a descendant of the peasants, most of us are descendants of the peasants anyway.
Started watching Freerun today. I love it. It's really, really good. It's a shame that like the lesson of the anime is you don't take life for granted, enjoy every moment, connect with other people. But the lesson that most Westoid viewers seem to have taken from it is be a Nazi pedophile. It seems to be, just judging from like the people I see talking about it, it does seem like it's been slightly misconstrued by the Westoid audience a little bit. But it's still very good. It's still very good. Excuse me, mind explaining? I do mind explaining that, actually. We're talking about China.
Our tradition. We are farmers before, but now we are one of the leading industrialized economies in the world. So I'm sorry, J.D. Vance doesn't know what he's talking about. And therefore, I don't think there will be China-US dialogue unless the United States changes its attitude towards China. Deal with China as it is, show respect to China, show respect to the Chinese people, and don't try to impose your prejudice and biased view about China or about the rest of the world.
I genuinely feel like there's no way out of this except America backs off. I have no idea what could possibly like break this out in favor of the United States. When early European explorers arrived in China in the 14 and 1500s, they were greeted as Romans. That's so funny. I don't even care if it's true or not. A Chinese, like, imperial minister opening, like, dusting off a scroll from a bookshelf or something and looking at it and being like, when pale-skinned people with double-lidded eyes show up from the West, that they are Romans. And it's like a sketch of one of them with, like, a toga or something. Hello. Let me pull out the old anthropological info guide here. Yeah, you owe us for that silk shipment, by the way. We have a ledger. Interest has accumulated. And that's what began the trade war, I'm told. Probably the last time men of the West mattered to them at all. Well, I mean, like, unironically, there is a very compelling narrative to be made here about the Chinese wanting revenge for the century of humiliation, right? Like, Americans haven't ever been colonized. Like, we colonized other people, but the United States hasn't been colonized. Whereas China was pretty much brought to its knees for 100 years. And then a lot of what happened afterwards was a direct consequence of forced westernization. I don't know. They might still be a bit bitter about it. I want to be a fly on the wall in a Chinese history class right now is what I'm saying. What are they teaching, like 8th graders or whatever? And we brought an end to the long century of humiliation with, you know, the Mao Zedong and the Cultural Revolution, or I don't know what the hell they're talking about over there. Now finally we can enact revenge. I don't know. Who does China have to thank for their dominance? Putin? Nah, man. Xi Jinping. Wait, so, well, I mean, if you want to go back, Mao Zedong, Deng, Xi Jinping. Like, they've had a pretty, like, good string of... Well, Mao wasn't good. They had a pretty good string of leaders if your goal is, like, amping that shit up nasty style. Basically. Mostly Deng. Well... let's give credit where credit is due to Xi Jinping. Dengism was what allowed the country to explode economically, but the reason China is what it is today is because Xi Jinping has been relatively adamant in using the power of the state to enforce constraints on the behavior of the corporations. Like, it goes beyond just like private market investment, because if that's the case, like every country on earth would be China. It wasn't just that. It was the economic miracle paired with that statist intervention, or that state intervention, which has led to where we are right now, I guess. Led them to where they are. That was also Deng. It was the people after Deng who let it slack and let private companies get away with stuff. Well, to an extent, right? Because you had like those special market zones. They had like provinces with special laws when it came to free market enterprise and business, which I think Vietnam and Cuba do today, actually, if I'm remembering correctly as well. And then like the constraints have kind of like run off over time, but Xi Jinping has been pretty aggressive in holding frame. I don't know. I'm not a Chinese historian. All I know is that they want us all dead or something. That's all. That's I know what I need to know. Okay? He's mastered the art of just doing nothing. That's pretty true. I feel like the does nothing wins thing is partly American ignorance because they do things over there, but also just because China's so stable compared to us. Like every 4 years, like in America, we have like a permanent election cycle every single day, every year, 24-hour news cycle, battle this, fight left, right, Overton window, da-da-da. Whereas like they enjoy comparable political stability as a product of being a one-party authoritarian state. Yeah, I don't know. The EU also does 5-year plans. Well, the EU is also relatively stable, despite being comprised of nations that are individually not stable. But we'll see how things go over there. Will China ever get cool about LGBT people? My understanding is that in developed and relatively modern areas of China, the amount of interpersonal bigotry that you experience for being queer is comparable to what you would expect in large parts of America before, like, Obergsfell, right? Like, if you go out into the boonies in China, it can be pretty bad, same as in America. If you go into the more developed areas, you're probably not going to find pockets of queer friendliness that are comparable to what you'd get in, like, I don't know, the West Village in New York City or Capitol Hill in Seattle, like areas that are that open and, they don't have gay marriage over there. But it's not like going to Iran or whatever. That's my understanding. It's a very big country. So there's a lot of exceptions and variants there, I don't want to paint with a broad brush. Vosh, you are correct. The Grand Dragon of Cathay has given me his approval. Title chapter: China will win trade war, comma, Chinese century begins. That'll make it easier to remember. In the future, when I'm looking back. You got to hit him with a China will grow larger. Man, we'll see. We'll see, man. I don't know. I do want to look at more coverage of the US-China trade war. Let me take a piss super quick. Wow. That was not even a minute. Does it take you a minute to pee? You're crazy, man.
Have you seen this tweet from the Chinese Foreign Ministry? That's the official account of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of China, sharing a quote from the former Chinese dictator Mao Zedong during the Korean War, the last time the U.S. and China were shooting at each other. And the message was, China will not yield to the U.S. That's an important signal as to how China sees the current trade war with the U.S., and that is the Chinese leaders do not want to be bullied by the U.S. president, and crucially, they don't want the Chinese people to see them being bullied by the U.S. president. That said, I'm told that Chinese leaders are open to negotiations with the U.S., but at this point, they don't see the channels open for those negotiations, and it's their perception the U.S. is not making an effort to open those channels. This is one more crucial point, that if and when negotiations happen, Xi Jinping is not going to meet Donald Trump, I'm told, at the very beginning of those negotiations. They want the agreements worked out first. They do not want a Zelensky in the Oval Office moment,
disrespectful to the country,
where the Chinese leader would be surprised or embarrassed. And that's key as we wait for any movement here in this trade war between the world's two economic superpowers.
I didn't even think about that, to be honest. Like, the meeting with Zelensky probably did instruct Xi Jinping and some other world leaders, like, there's basically no point in ever talking to Trump. Like, literally, there's no, like, he's actually beneath our time, our time. And time's got to be pretty important if you're Xi, right? I mean, you run China. This is a pretty big country.
Just hours after President Trump called China's leader Xi Jinping a friend, China is calling President Trump's policies a joke and retaliating again. Chinese tariffs on U.S. goods are now at 125%. U.S. tariffs on Chinese goods are 145%, meaning American consumers and businesses are likely in for more pain. Yale's Budget Lab is estimating that Trump's tariffs are going to cost at the average household $4,700 extra a year. Let's bring in Douglas Holtz-Eakin. He was the chief economist for the White House Council of Economic Advisors under President George W. Bush. He's also the president of the American Action Forum. Doug, always great to see you. What does this Chinese escalation of 125% on U.S. goods mean for the U.S. economy?
Well, it's just more bad news. And, you know, as you reported, we saw incredibly poor consumer sentiment numbers this morning. In that survey, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even I didn't even show those here. I think, yeah, it's in the CNN feed right here. We got a consumer sentiment report from this morning. I wish it wasn't like centered on the right side of the screen for some reason. Consumer sentiment dropped 11% this month to its second lowest reading on record going back to 1952. Look at that. It is 0.8 points above where it was in June 2022. And that was the lowest point. We are 0.8 points above the lowest point in history. Consumer sentiment translates to what exactly? Just whether or not Americans feel confident that the future is going to look good financially, which is really important because that determines consumer spending. Consumer spending, people are more likely to spend money on frivolous luxury goods if they think that the economy is going to go up. If the economy's gone down this much, this quickly, this early, huge recession indicator. Massive, massive, larger than anything else. Honestly, like this is basically the largest recession indicator there is, you know? The point though is that it takes time to get these averages. As you can see right here, the consumer confidence didn't drop that much during the beginning of COVID. And the reason for that is because nobody predicted COVID, right? The COVID lockdown happened. And then by the time you get like an aggregate of consumer sentiment over a month, you know, people are a little more used to the lockdowns. Things start improving. What it really looks at is how much people expect things to go down in the near future, right? Whereas with the COVID lockdowns, it was more like kerplunk, and then things start getting back up. Does that make sense? I think the reason it was so low in June 2022, this was because of the Ukraine war, right? Because you have that was this decline right here. You had inflation under Biden's administration, and you had the Ukraine war, which was huge on the markets. The markets did not like a massive land war in Europe, as it turns out. A lot of problems there. But apart from that, man, we are, less than 1 point above. Sheesh. Investors running away from U.S. assets. Yield on 10-year U.S. Treasury bond top 4.5%. Yeah, we saw that before. If bond yields continue to rise, U.S. consumers will have to pay more for their mortgages. Companies will find it harder to raise funds, and it will put pressure on the American government when it comes to servicing its debt. Oh, boy.
Consumers expected inflation to be 6.7%, the highest we've seen since 1981. So people are expecting costs to go up. Retaliation by China adds to those upward pressures.
Wait, here they're saying it's the highest since 1981. Do they have a slightly different survey they're looking at? Well, whatever.
That money has to come from somewhere. It'll come out of other purchases by households. That's going to slow the growth in the economy. And businesses are comparably concerned about the outlook. So the fallout of this trade war has been very significant already, although it has not yet shown up in rising unemployment, some of the other things you'd want to watch pretty carefully.
A spokesman for China's Commerce Ministry, Douglas, said that the U.S. is risking turning itself into a joke by using tariffs as a bullying and coercion tactic. How are other countries, do you think, viewing the U.S.? Because obviously it is very problematic for America if they are seen in all of this as the bad guy, and China is seen as being more reasonable.
Well, there's a real concern because the White House,
again, like if you were another country, which would you rather trade with? China, who is consistent, stable, and a massive exporter, versus the United States of America, incredibly inconsistent, unstable, belligerent, downright antagonistic. Like it seems like a clean sweep, man.
Has yet to articulate what, for example, they want China to do in order to lower the tariffs. And they've encouraged, 70-odd countries to negotiate with the White House. But to what end? What is it that the White House wants from each of those 70 countries in order to get tariffs to go back down? So if you're just imposing tariffs and you provide no signal as to what the negotiation is about, you look like a bully. You're inflicting pain for no apparent reason. And I think there needs to be a real clear articulation of the strategy, because
depends how much slave labor you want to support, but you got a point. I mean, the average worker in China isn't a slave. They have sweatshops, but we do as well. And our agriculture base is fueled by literally millions of undocumented immigrants who are paid under the table. Yeah, I'm not like downplaying the fact China is an evil capitalist country. I'm just saying, like, in terms of stability, it seems like
Right now, we're getting nothing but bad news out of these tariffs, and there's no pathway to getting some benefits at the other end.
The Chinese economy obviously relies heavily on manufacturing. Last year, they had a $1.1 trillion trade surplus with the United States. How much pain do you think their economy can endure, given that the biggest market for them, the biggest market in the world, is the United States?
This is a significant blow to the China economy. There's no question about it. And we're going to see it slow sharply. Now, as you and I both know, the Chinese Communist Party has a tight grip on the country. Its ability to withstand that pain comes at the expense of its citizens, but it will withstand the pain. I'm worried about the fact that people have lost sight that the second largest manufacturer in the world is the United States, and that we do more manufacturing than Japan and Germany combined. And this whole thing is predicated on the notion that somehow the U.S. doesn't have any manufacturing anymore, and that's just not true. What we're doing now is taking the established manufacturing giants in the world, China and the United States, and pitting them one against the other. And as I said before, to what end? We both are going to see higher inflation. We're both going to see slower economic growth, and I'm not sure what we'll see in terms of benefits for the economy.
The U.S.-China piece, and of course it is so big, perhaps it should eclipse the 10% tariffs that are still in place across other countries, but they are. And you have the European Union's economy commissioner calling it a blow to the global economy. To what end there? Sure. Is that clear to you?
No. And I think that it's easy to lose perspective. I mean, you know, it's been the...
Sorry if I'm being a little bit more quiet. It's just that, like, this is like the battle, right? I mean, this is... For years now, tankies have LARPed about how China is the vanguard of the global proletariat and they will deliver the final blow to America. And now finally, like, the fight is here. This seems like it's it. You know, I mean, we'll see what the outcome is. It's kind of huge. There's actually a lot of videos on CNN relating to the U.S.-Chinese relation right now, which I very much want to look at.
The longest 5-day week in recent economic history. So, but when the president proposed a 10% universal tariff on the campaign trail, there was essentially universal condemnation of the idea, and most economists saying, oh my goodness, that's a terrible idea, that's an enormous tariff, we don't want to see that. But we have that, and we have a lot on top of it. We've got steel and aluminum and cars, China, Mexico, Canada. So the fact that he paused the reciprocal tariffs doesn't mean that he's eased up. This is a tremendous imposition of tariffs, and the U.S. tariff rates are now extraordinarily high. And what will we get for that? It's far from obvious. I don't know what he wants to accomplish.
Maybe whatever he does accomplish in a deal, then he can herald as a success, which we've seen as a strategy of the president. So,
yeah, we'll see how much that happens. Hold on.
There's new reporting just coming into the Situation Room right now. We've learned that the Trump administration had private negotiations with China, warning officials there against retaliatory tariffs. But those behind-the-scenes talks evidently did not work. CNN's chief national affairs correspondent Jeff Zeleny is over at the White House watching all of this for us. Jeff, what's the reaction over there after those warnings apparently fell on deaf ears?
Well, if they did fall on deaf ears, but it's just the latest example in the really day by day, the deepening trade war that is underway between the United States and China. Yes, we are learning that U.S. officials privately behind the scenes urged China to not retaliate. In fact, the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has been saying that publicly all along, warning countries to not retaliate. Well,
so
those
embarrassing.
Warnings have fallen on deaf ears, particularly with China.
Guys, listen, if we're going to negotiate, you need to come to us publicly, okay? We can't come to you publicly. You have to come to us publicly. Also, like, don't fight back, okay? This is supposed to make us look good. So basically, okay, so we're going to do like a cool, sick kickflip into a tariff 360, and you need to like go, and then you need to say, please stop, and then you need to ask us to stop. Like, you know. Soy fascism. Yeah, this is what happens when you have like fascism, blood and soil, but without the blood. This is what you get, like a hyper irrational, antagonistic, xenophobic foreign policy where no one on your side actually expects anything to happen because you're so used to getting your way all the time.
They raised their tariffs to 125%. The question now is which side is going to blink, if either. And Matt was just talking about consumer confidence. The prices are going to go up. There's no question about it. That's what the White House is bracing for. That's what the administration is bracing for. It's one of the big reasons the president had a dramatic pullback on a sweeping tariff plan just a couple days ago. And the market, of course, reacted very well in the moment. But in a couple days since, it certainly has not. The bond market also has not strengthening. So this is going to be one of the central questions here. But Wolf, we are also learning just inside the White House, the president, as he embarks on this 3-month pause on a sweeping tariff plan, there's competing views from his team of economic rivals, if you will. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, a long history on Wall Street, he is one of the people the president is listening to the most on this, of course. Kevin Hassett is as well. But Peter Navarro, the man right in the middle of the screen there, he is someone who has been very pro-supportive of these tariffs, and the president did
the guy who made up a guy in his books, yeah.
Not heed his advice this week. So as the president goes forward on this, as the consumer sentiment prices rise, which advisor is going to sort of win out on this? So there's no doubt the president, at the center of all these new trade negotiations, now has to negotiate with some 90 countries or so. So, Wolf, all of this is coming front and center here is the economy. That inflation report, the rising inflation, is one of the biggest challenges, one of the biggest worries for this administration.
I do want to bring in CNN's Kylie Atwood. She has some new reporting on how President Trump in the U.S., the Chinese president, Xi Jinping, have interacted, and I guess the best way to say it, have not interacted, Kylie, since this trade war began. And you have some great new reporting on why that is.
Provide it, please, and
Dana,
faster than you are right now.
Hours before these new retaliatory tariffs came out from China this morning, the Trump administration had privately warned Chinese officials of two things. First of all, not to retaliate, which we heard from Trump time and time again over the last few weeks, but also that China should be requesting a phone call between...
Jesus fucking Christ, they're still doing this? Even now, up to now, right now, after China has imposed these massive counter tariffs?
President Trump and President Xi. China has not done that so far. They've been telling China to do this for months now, according to a source familiar with that working level dialogue between the two sides. We know that Xi and Trump spoke before inauguration. They haven't had a conversation as this trade war has escalated. And senior White House officials tell Elena Trine that Trump is waiting for Xi to make the first move here. He thinks the onus is on the Chinese leader to do so. But when you talk to folks, there's a fundamental disagreement about how this could all come together, and that is one of the challenges, as there is this remaining question, an urgent question really, as to how they're going to create an off-ramp for this escalating trade war.
Here is where the trade war stands right now. 145 going up against 125. These are the tariffs between the world's two biggest economies.
And here's another number, 4,700, or about $400 per month. That is how much more money Yale's now estimating, the Yale Budget Lab, that President Trump's tariffs are going to cost average households each year. And with just hours left in trading, the Dow right now...
Breaking, the Fed is reportedly absolutely ready to stabilize the market if needed. Never discount the power of the bond market. By what? Like bailing it out? What would that look like? Buying our own bonds to lower the yield? Yeah, provide a source, not just a tweet.
Up. You're seeing that swing here going into the afternoon, up almost 650 points. But it was up and down there throughout earlier in the day. With us now, we have CNN business editor at large, Richard Quest. We have CNN chief national security analyst, Jim Sciutto, as well. Richard, a key economic gauge, the consumer sentiment now at its second lowest level on record, going back to 1952. Why?
We shouldn't be surprised with all that's coming out and all the worries about tariffs. It's not just that, it's the complexity of everything else as well. The changes within the federal government, the worries about job losses, the worries about a slowing economy, higher inflation. And eventually you get these what's known as soft data surveys like the Michigan survey, consumer sentiment. And it's a really worrying number because at some point these sentiment surveys feed into hard.
Just in, Louisiana immigration judges ruled Mahmoud Khalil can be deported. Yeah, that's not surprising. I didn't really expect much judicial interference with this one.
Data of real consumer spending. And we know this from history and precedent. That's what happens. So when we see a number as bad as this one, it is only a matter of time, unless anything else changes that would suddenly make people more cheerful. Look at that chart. I mean, just look at it. Unless people suddenly become more cheerful, why would this not translate into spending? You see, that consumer lab, that boss...
I actually really, really, really hate listening to this guy's voice, and I don't think that's necessarily fair. Oh, it's been a while since we've had this genre of video. Ah!
We want to have as many bees as we can to make honey.
At Secret Garden Bees, a honey farm in Linden, North Carolina, farmer Jim Hartman has one eye on his bees and the other on his bank account.
You always got to keep your eyes
Ideally, we'll get 100
on the
pounds
bees.
of honey per hive per year.
How do you feel about paying more for things?
Well, you know, if you find someone who says, I'm happy about paying more for something, you point them out to me. People who already couldn't afford fresh vegetables, who couldn't already afford to put good food on their plate, are the ones that are really going to be hurt by this.
Did you ever think when you voted for President Trump that things were going to cost you more and you were going to lose money?
I never thought I was going to lose this much money, this fast.
Jim is a Republican who voted for Donald Trump 3 times.
How do you feel about your vote for Donald Trump now?
Well, I feel like perhaps I should have considered some other options.
Really?
Among other things, Jim imports packaging supplies for his honey, so he's paying real close attention to the tariffs Trump just put in place.
We just bought our
cute
year's
jars.
supply of bottles from Taiwan and our year's supply of corks from Portugal about 3 weeks ago. So that would have been, another $5,000 or $6,000 out of my pocket.
Which is partly why he's repairing instead of replacing this 40-year-old forklift.
The cost of equipment has just gone through the roof to buy anything like that because it just would be cost prohibitive.
He's also holding off on improvements around the farm.
Well, we're not going to hire any more people, that's for sure.
It's more than just the tariffs. For the past 2 years, Jim has been selling honey to the federal government, which then provides it to schools and food banks. But after Donald Trump took office, the USDA cut those programs suddenly as part of the federal government's effort to streamline.
I fucking hate farmers so fucking much, man. There are so many of them who like Trump right up to the White House on the promise of like, we're not gonna, like, the USDA thing, obviously, Project 2025, obviously, but broadly, like, so many of these farmers just don't seem to understand how dependent they are on the government. They have no idea.
Line spending.
For a lot of other local farmers around here, it was a major source of reliable revenue. For me, it's going to cost me around $150,000 a year.
$150,000.
Yeah, roughly 50% of my revenue.
That's a huge hit.
That's a massive hit.
Not far from Jim's farm, we found other Trump supporters who give the president high marks on tariffs. How do you feel about the tariffs?
Well, I feel like for years we've been getting ripped off, and why not make it fair? 0-0. And I think Trump was upfront about it. He said we're going to hurt some now.
I think some of the countries they're already starting to come around. It's going to be good. I really believe that.
You have faith in Trump?
Yes, I do.
I think these people just shouldn't be allowed to vote. I don't know. What I want to see more, I want to see more interviews of like the crazy young Gen X or millennial or whatever style Trump supporters, because they always show these like boomers in rural areas, and it's like, yeah, of course you guys support Trump. You fucking grew up before public education was a thing or something. I don't know. You grew up huffing leaded gasoline. I expect you to disappoint me.
I think he's doing the right thing. In order for us to get back where we need to be, he needs to get the money somewhere, and they're charging us. Why not charge them?
Back at Jim's farm, though.
It's just I don't know. I think I'm kind of coming around on like we need to make voting mandatory, or we need to make there be like a civics test. A 4-question multiple choice answer question, what is a tariff and who pays it, would like have unironically won the election for Kamala Harris by an overwhelming majority.
Though still plenty of worry. He says raw honey is considered a luxury good, similar to organic vegetables. As prices rise,
I don't know what that's going to do to consumer spending.
Trump paused the majority of the tariffs for 90 days after we'd left Jim's farm. Jim told us by phone, it's flip-flopped so many times you can't take it to the bank. Who knows what it will be next week, adding, it seems like he's heard the American people. Randy Kay, CNN, Linden, North Carolina.
All of this volatility and uncertainty brought on by the trade war that we were just talking about. You know, you've got China announcing it's raising retaliatory tariffs on U.S. goods from 84% to 25%. That coming after President Trump hiked the rate of Chinese goods, the rate on Chinese goods coming into America from 104% now to 145%. All of that.
I don't think these people are latent Marxists or anything, but a part of me still believes they could or could have been convinced that all capital was ripping them off, not just foreign capital. Man, I used to believe that, but I just don't anymore. I really think that, like, for the vast majority of them, they just distrust foreigners, browns, blacks, Asians, whatever, and that the foreign capital thing was just a way of structuring that bigotry. I like, these people have consistently their entire lives fucking licked the boot on every goddamn issue for decades, you know? I don't know. It's pretty rough.
Creating so much uncertainty is having a real...
It's the media environment. No, I know. I'm aware of that. It's not an innate property of their brain shape or anything. It's just that the media environment has made them really, really, really resistant to good ideas.
Real and immediate impact on businesses big and small across the country. One small business owner joined us on the show just yesterday describing how...
Linden has a population of 138 people. They don't care about class. They just hate outsiders. This bullshit, man. Then why are they so cool with Trump? A literal, like, East Coast New York real estate billionaire. It's not an anti-outsider thing. Like, they have specific kinds of outsiders they distrust, namely the ones they're told to distrust, you know?
The daily chaos and the changes in policy have left her with no good options.
It's hard to make a decision. You know, we had an idea yesterday after the announcement of, well, maybe we can export to Australia, repackage the products, and then re-import them from there. But because policy changes every 36 hours or so, I don't want to make that decision and make that move only for something else to change in just a couple more days. I'm paralyzed. I can't even make a decision right now.
Paralyzed. Another big area of concern is what this means for American farmers, of course. China is, among other things, the biggest export market for American soybeans. China bought 52% of American soybean exports last year, throwing American soybean farmers, understandably, into a whole new level of uncertainty right now. And joining me right now is Scott Metzger. He's a soybean farmer out of Ohio, also serves on the board of directors for the American Soybean Association. Scott, thank you very much.
He looks like a soybean
guy.
For
waking up and taking time to speak with me this morning. This change, I was looking forward to getting your take yesterday afternoon, and now we have this new change overnight coming from China announcing 125% tariff on all U.S. goods coming in. That includes on soybeans. What does this tariff on this new level of tariff on your produce mean for you?
Good morning, Kate. Yeah, it's an alarming concern. You know, with the tighter farm economy that we're in now, the tariffs are just adding issues to problems that we already have. We want to. It's just making it more complex and making it harder to make decisions on what we need to do.
Oh, he nervous? Yeah, he's really talking like somebody who, for professional and personal reasons, doesn't want to say anything too negative about Trump, but also has to, like, acknowledge the unavoidable fact that Trump's policies are ruining his business.
I've heard the word complex from a couple farmers actually as well. It's already a complicated situation.
Because it's not complex. That's the thing. The tariffs weren't there, and then they are there, and it's for no reason. It's not complicated, really. You rely on selling soybeans to China. And now you can't because China's tariffing the ever-loving shit out of you. So, like, what's complicated?
And now it's becoming even more complex. I mean, you're, I believe, a sixth-generation farmer, farming with your brother and cousins. How does, Scott, just how does this moment feel for you?
Well, you know, we never have, going back to 2018. We really haven't recovered from the tariff trade wars back then, and you know, we were probably 40% higher on soybean prices back then, and the farm economy in general was a lot better back then. So you go forward to now with what we are, and you know, a lot tighter farm economy, and complex, and adding these tariffs to it, it makes things really, really difficult. You know, a fear that we have, if this continues into the fall or even into next year, you know, there's a potential that, you know, there'll be some farms go out of business. You know, you could have a next generation not want to come back or not able to come back just because of the economies or the farm situation in general. And adding these tariffs to this, you know, there's just no room for error. But personally, in our operation in the state of Ohio last year, we were in extreme drought, and we roughly had half of a soybean crop and a corn crop last year. So in our area, it's feeling even a little bit more. You know, having less of a commodity sell and these lower prices, and now we're throwing the tariffs on top of it.
You're right, Bosch. They don't want to believe their experience is true, pain from Trump's policies, so they believe it must be complex or something that they can't see that will explain. Yeah, okay, imagine that you're a sixth-generation farmer. You are on the literal, like, board of soybean farmers. Your job is to sell soybeans. And then, for no reason, the president says, actually, we're going to start a trade war with the rest of the world, but mostly China, and China buys most of your soybeans, and now they can't. And now your business is totally unviable. And would you be talking like this in that situation? Like, Republicans on Fox News, even when they bring on regular people, will come on and talk like the world is ending over any inconvenience they experience at the behest of DEI or whatever. This guy comes on, he's hedging every fucking word when everything is so obvious and straightforward. I don't know, man. His social and business circle is probably pretty pro-Trump as well. Doesn't want to come across as too partisan, but like, fuck me. What happened to like perceived self-interest, man?
It just makes things very difficult.
And at the White House, in his cabinet meeting yesterday, the agriculture secretary spoke up talking about, you know, if there's one thing, if people know, a group of people who know uncertainty would be farmers and ranchers. And I'm wondering what your ask, your plea, or just your message would be to the president in the midst of this, given your long experience and what you guys are facing.
Yeah, we urge the administration to quickly couple the announcement with some negotiations to address the tariff and non-tariff barriers with the U.S. exports. You know, we want to, and we're thankful for the 90-day grace period that we got to help some of the other countries come to the table and negotiate with the president before any more reciprocal tariffs comes on for those other countries, and also with China. You know, let's get to the table and get some things done. You know, maybe introduce the phase 2 trade deal on this, just so we don't have this prolonged suffering for the U.S. ag economy. And even with that, it even goes to the, you know, it's not only the ag economy, but it's the rural economy as well. You know,
he was this close to actually asking something about the economy. No. Wouldn't want to say or imply anything even remotely anti-Trump.
For every dollar we spend, it kind of rolls out probably 4, 5, 6 times in our local rural economy. So as a whole, if you don't have a strong farm economy, it usually then goes on down into your rural economy as well.
Yeah, the ripple effects, and as anyone knows, I mean, I grew up in a small town. The ripple effects are very real when the farm economy is struggling.
Yes.
Scott, it is really good to meet you. Thank you very much for coming in.
That's great, man. Okay, hold on. We've listened to CNN U.S. consumer sentiment now worse than during the Great Recession. Yep, it's pretty bad. This is New York City, right? I think I've been here. I think I walked out past here during the night. It was dark. It's such a pretty city, man. Yeah, that's Times Square. It's like the other side of Times Square. Please tell us more. It was really nice. I'm not trying to be one of those guys. It was really nice. It's a cool city. It's pretty. Isn't that Times Square? Well, I'm used to seeing Times Square from the other angle. It's a pretty big area. Whatever. Anyway, hold on. We've listened to a lot of like CNN, you know, bet hedging on China. I want to see how Fox Business is talking about it.
Now, Gordon Chang joins me here in New York City. Obvious question, Gordon. Who suffers the most in this?
Doesn't New York smell like shit? Not in my experience. Some towns smell kind of funky, but in my experience, New York was pretty okay. But I also didn't go during peak tourist season.
Trade war, China or the United States?
Well, China does. First of all, its economy is probably contracting. We saw this from the price data for March, where both consumer and producer prices were below zero. Also, the thing is, they're having their 2008 right now. You know, in 2008, they didn't want a downturn. They overstimulated, took on a lot of debt. Now they got to deal with the debt. Property market is collapsing. And then Trump says we're having this tariff war. And what this does is it really closes off China's biggest market, the United States. So these 145% tariffs, most Chinese goods don't get into the U.S. because of that. Now, the only way that Xi Jinping can win this trade war is if he can convince President Trump, who's holding all the high cards from an objective point of view, the only way Xi Jinping wins is if he can get Wall Street or Main Street or the farmers to force Trump to back down preemptively. I don't think that's going to happen because our president's pretty determined.
Imagine like fucking. I'm glad we watched the CNN stuff first. Yeah, that's what's happening right now. China is desperately clamoring to try to get Trump to back down. While Trump and his advisors are like, please make a deal with us. Please come over and make a deal with us. We can't make a deal with you, but you have to make a deal with us. Please, God.
Could he unleash, Xi Jinping, could he unleash financial warfare? China holds $760 billion worth of treasury.
Also, hold on a second. Don't we literally hold more debt relative to our GDP than China? Like, obviously, the U.S. government has an insanely high national debt. 122% of our GDP versus China's like 77%? Yeah, 77%. More or less. Okay. That's only federal? Okay, whereas the 77% for China is central government, local governments, government branches, and state organizations. So it's just like the overall...
debt. If they sell some of it, prices go down and our interest rates go up. He could do that.
He could do that, but he probably is not going to because that has a lot of effect on the renminbi. Remember, he wants to sell U.S. dollar debt because he needs to prop up his currency, but he needs to do it in a controlled manner. If he crashes the U.S. dollar, which he probably could do, you know, it's lights out for him. So I don't think he's going to do that. He's got a lot more vulnerabilities than we do. We're the bigger economy. We're the trade deficit economy. You know, we hold the high cards.
Now, Xi Jinping is about to embark on a tour of Southeast Asia, touring his neighbors. He's looking for support, isn't he? He wants them to gang up with...
I thought they were depressing their currency. Now it's propped up. Yeah, isn't the narrative that they artificially deflate their currency to make them a more like viable like target for exports? They do? Well, yeah, they do. It's a good economic strategy on their part. So why now are they talking about them artificially propping it up? What's the narrative?
Xi Jinping against America. Is that going to happen?
I don't really think so. The problem here is that Xi Jinping now has a lot of goods he's not selling to the U.S. He needs to sell them to ASEAN. These are ASEAN countries. Maybe they'll take a few more, but probably not, because they don't want the Chinese to decimate their own internal industries. So I think Xi Jinping's going to have a hard time. He'll get these guys to say some very lovely things, but I don't think they're going to move on substantive points.
Okay. According to the Wall Street Journal, Chinese officials held a secret meeting. It was amongst themselves. They acknowledged their role in the cyber attacks on American infrastructure. Responding to that story, Chinese embassy spokesman says China firmly opposes the smear attacks against China without any factual basis. The U.S. needs to stop using cybersecurity to smear and slander China and stop spreading all kinds of disinformation about the so-called Chinese hacking threats.
Sorry, 1 second. I'm trying to like keep up with these numbers here, but my understand, so it is true that the Chinese economy relies heavily on exports to the US. But if I could read this paragraph from AtlanticCouncil.org, China has been preparing for this conflict for a long time, including by diversifying its trade away from the West. Chinese exports to the US account for 14.7% of China's total in 2024, down from 19.2% in 2018. In 7 years, they reduced their exports to the United States by a quarter. That's enormous. While overseas shipments to Southeast Asian and Belt and Road countries have grown, according to Beijing. Overall, about 30% of China's exports last year went to G7 countries, down from 48% in 2000. It is insane how poorly prepared we are for this. They've been fucking building out for this for a while. Meanwhile, we've just been sitting here. Is that a bad thing? It's very smart from their perspective. They've been diversifying. We haven't. They've been making allies. We've been alienating our allies. Yeah, we've just been jerking off. We've done nothing. How much of U.S.'s imports are from China? Chinese goods accounted for 13.3% of U.S. imports in 2024, down from a peak of 21.6% in 2017. Though that's a little bit misleading, because Chinese-made component parts then go into stuff that's made in countries all around the world, which then get imported into America. Because China is the global manufacturing center, it's not just direct imports from China to America, it's Chinese industry fuels the entire world's productive economy, and that routes back into America.
Urge the U.S. to adopt a responsible attitude and take a harder look at itself rather than vilifying others. Why do you say that is ominous?
It's because, we've known for decades.
Not to be super conspiracy appeal, but isn't this strangely perfect for China in every way? I mean, it's not strangely perfect. They've been, it's just a good idea to diversify when you have a foreign enemy. Also, remember, the number comparison we just looked at began in 2018. 2018 is when Trump began the last trade war against China. So, literally, all of this is his fault. It's fucking Mike Ehrmantraut, Walter White shit. We had a good thing going, you stupid son of a bitch. We had China. All you had to do was sit there and pay them cents on the dollar for cheap, consistent manufacturing. But no, you, with your pride and your ego, you just had to blow it up. And that's why we are where we are today. Great man theory is being vindicated. Fucking Donald Trump single-handedly is responsible for so much of the trajectory of the world. You know?
That the Chinese have gone after our infrastructure and critical infrastructure with cyber. But the point is, now the Chinese are actually admitting it to the United States. That's basically saying, you don't scare us anymore, U.S. U.S., you're not deterring us. And I think that betrays a different mentality in Beijing, a very arrogant one, a very belligerent one that really hates the U.S.
As opposed to the attitude over here in the White House, which is very humble and contrite and honest.
So, anything can happen when they're not deterred.
Their cyber attacks can hurt us.
Should a Dem president be hostile or friendly to China? Friendly. They should be listen, you should work with other countries basically no matter what, unless you absolutely can. I don't think we're going to get much done with countries like, I don't know, Russia, Turkmenistan, North Korea, Eritrea. Like, sure. Like, there are countries that are just off on their own, okay? But the senseless antagonism towards China over the past 30 years has been nothing but post-Cold War fear-mongering from U.S. oligarchs who are terrified at the idea of a Chinese capital competing with them. That's it. The whole narrative of, like, China rising, China hasn't been threatening us. Oh, this extremely, like, militantly, we were allied with China for what? Since Nixon, we had relatively good relations with China because we wedged them against the Soviets. But the Soviet Union collapsed. Now they're just Russia. We raped Russia and the former Soviet countries with shock therapy. And then China, like, boomed under Deng. And now the fucking American oligarchs are like, oh, shit, you can do capitalism centered from countries outside of, or from cities outside of New York or London? You can have, like, gigantic burgeoning financial markets that we don't already control? Well, that's unacceptable. Clearly, they're like the enemy of the West or something. I don't know. Not to argue that China hasn't done evil things, but, like, we have definitely been the aggressor here when it comes to the international relationship.
Do we have the capacity to cyber attack them and hurt them?
Yeah, I think that we do. We don't.
We're not going to say anything about it, though, are we?
We're not going to say very much about it. We need to be better at cyber, though, because the Pentagon just is not as good as it needs to be on something like this.
Better at cyber. Oh, I'm sure that Hegseth and Tulsi Gabbard will do a phenomenal job protecting our cybersecurity interests, or our interests with regard to cybersecurity. I'm sure. I have nothing but faith in them. Dude, I'm learning so much today about how we're about to be made subservient to the great dragon of the East.
Welcome back to the show. The author of the terrific book, Plan Red, China's Project to Destroy America. He's the one and only Gordon Chang. Gordon, it's great to have you back on. Gordon, can the president and China reach a deal that basically is good for either side and also would help the U.S. decouple from China?
Theoretically, yes, but I think it's going to be extremely difficult. For one thing, Xi Jinping has configured the Chinese political system so that only the most hostile answers are considered acceptable. And the other thing is that what we complain about, the predatory trade practices, the criminal acts, those are inherent in the Communist Party's system. So, yes, maybe President Trump will be able to hammer out some relationship, but I think it's going to be hard. And remember, the January 2020 Phase 1 trade deal, that fell apart very quickly after it was signed. And that's because the Chinese didn't honor it. So there's got to be something different this time. And I think the Chinese now are more trade dependent. They're more dependent on the U.S. So we can...
This is factually incorrect for reasons we just looked at.
All hope, but we got to be very realistic about what can be accomplished in this circumstances.
Well, they're not in a position of strength. We understand how big their economy is, but their per capita income there, the earnings potential, is in like the low 6 digits. Okay, let me back up. You know, the media is not really talking about this. Is the world waking...
By the way, they aren't wrong about China breaking the trade deal. It's just really funny because it was a Trump trade deal that I think they shouldn't have honored anyway. 2 years ago, Trump signed what he called a historical trade deal with China that committed China to purchase $200 billion of U.S. exports, additional U.S. exports, before December 31st, 2021. Today, the only undisputed historical aspect of that agreement is its failure. One lesson is not to make deals that cannot be fulfilled when unforeseen events inevitably occur, in this case a pandemic and recession. Another is to not forget the complementary policies needed to give an agreement a chance to succeed. In the end, China bought only 58% of the U.S. exports it had committed to purchase under the agreement, not even enough to reach its import levels from before the trade war that Trump started, remember? Put differently, China bought none of the additional $200 billion of exports Trump's deal had promised. It was a deal that he negotiated to end the trade war that he started. No wonder China started getting ready for divestment from the West. The art of the deal. Vosh, China always breaks promises. It's been going on since the 90s. I wholeheartedly reject the assertion that China is the only one who's acted in bad faith with regard to trade deals. The whole trade war was Trump's fault. And by the way, Biden kept the tariffs on China after the trade war. Don't forget about that. That stupid piece of shit kept them. And then increased them because he wanted to protect fucking Ford.
Up to how abusive China is, because it's not just the U.S. talking tariffs on China. So is the EU, so is Mexico, Brazil, Thailand, other nations in Asia. They're looking at China and saying, wait a second, we're going to put new tariffs on you. We're going to protect our own industries. We're going to push our own trade barriers against China. And Reuters is now reporting that Australia turned down. Australia said no to China's offer to join together to fight U.S. tariffs. Is this?
Yeah. Oh, this is a perfect graph illustrating the issue here. Look, total soybean exports by the U.S. and Brazil. Look at that. We had a good thing going. You just had to blow it all up. You with your pride and your ego. America and Brazil were keeping steady pace, more or less, with soybean exports. And then Trump started a trade war where they started getting their soybeans from Brazil. And then even after the trade war cooled off, like, things have just been leveling and Brazil's numbers have been going up. And why wouldn't they? Right? Like, why the fuck would China trust us?
An inroad that the president can take advantage of.
Yes, and you make an important point, because even last year we saw countries in the China-friendly global south put tariffs on Chinese goods. And I think we're going to see tariff barriers in other countries against China. And the reason is, with President Trump's 145% tariffs, he's basically shutting off the U.S. market. China needs to sell those goods that they otherwise would have sold to the U.S. elsewhere. And I think other countries don't want to see their markets flooded with Chinese goods. In other words, to see their industries decimated by China.
So,
It's just like a fundamental rewriting of how the economy works. The idea that having your economy flooded with cheap commodities would be a bad thing. Like, just what an insane, what an insane fucking logic. Capitalism, what it demands of us. It's actually bad now to get lots of useful things for very low prices. That's bad now. Why? Well, because it, like, invalidates domestic manufacturing. Okay, you can still have that domestic manufacturing. What if the domestic manufacturing just contributed to a pool of resources, and then those goods were, like, disseminated as necessary to the members of the state or whoever needs it? I'm sorry, I'm sounding a little bit like a Twitter communist right now. I understand that, like, the removal of the profit motive would actually be extremely complicated and difficult. It would have to be done in a segmented manner. I don't think it's easy, but, like, you have to admit that it is pretty fucking crazy that capitalism creates crises of overproduction. Isn't that a little bit crazy? Like, I know we're all used to hearing about it. It's just like, what a problem to have. And people die over this. Like, it's not a little problem. Like, it's like life-ruining shit for millions of people. And the problem is we have too much of the stuff we need.
Word. So we're hearing China's going to plow $2 trillion into blowing out its factories to dump a tsunami of goods on the world, cheap goods. Can you talk to us about the weaknesses inside China?
The rhetoric, a tsunami of cheap goods. They're gonna, dude, you're going to drown. They're gonna straight up kill your ass with 0.2 cent tiny steel springs that can be used as components in other devices. Your ass is going to be fucking torn apart in the floodwaters of low-cost electric vehicles. Okay. Cheap, making it sound like low quality. Yeah.
It's actually, I think the per capita income is anywhere from 5 digits to 6 digits. How weak is China? Final word?
Well, first of all, the economy is probably contracting. We can see this from deflationary price signals. Plus, also, they're having their 2008 now. They delayed their recession in 2008 to now by accumulating a lot of debt. They got to pay it back. They can't do it. And then President Trump puts the tariffs on. Simultaneously.
You can do that? You can push back a 2008 by 17 years? They forgot. Bro, you've been holding off the... Maybe that's what the Three Gorges Dam is holding off. I don't know. You can do it. Just a 15-year delay? That's crazy. Man, the economy's complicated. They do have a real estate debt, but I think it's being made. Oh, there are real economic issues in China, you know? They've got the population contraction. They've got the shrinking economy. They've got their real estate speculation, like, collapsing in on itself. For sure, for sure, for sure. I don't think that they're having a 2008 and 2025, though. I don't think that's real. Yeah, why didn't we do that, man? Okay, Comrade Robin Hood, I know what you're talking about. I know that when you put a bunch of a commodity in a place, you lower the price of the commodity. But I'm talking exactly about that, you know? Like I said, it's a serious problem, but it's like it's a problem caused by the profit motive. Also, it's worth pointing out, by the way, that when people talk about dumping as a pricing policy, they're usually talking about it the same way, like with what Uber did, where Uber deliberately underpriced their rides until they became a monopoly and then jacked the price up, you know? They're usually talking about manufacturers pricing things below a profitability point overseas so they can become dependent, or like everyone becomes dependent on that, then they jack the prices up. But that's not necessarily what's happening. In a lot of cases, China just produces things cheaper, you know? And if you want to talk about, like, well, they subsidize their electric vehicles, we subsidize our farmers and we export corn to everyone, you know? It's like if we have a problem with this policy, China's not what we should be going after. As people in chat have pointed out, Amazon seems like the first target I'd go after, where they create like Amazon Basics by maliciously underpricing the product until they outcompete the small company that was making it at a profitability point and then replace them, you know? It's fucked up, man. So when do I move to Hong Kong? They've got a great menswear scene there. Great menswear scene.
We do want to go to Madison on this story because China is taking aim at Hollywood, and she has the latest. Hey, Madison.
Hey, Taylor. Yeah, China's new target in the trade war, Tinseltown. China has announced it's going to reduce the number of U.S. movies that will be allowed in their market, making the move just days after President Trump hiked tariffs. The China's National Film Administration called it, quote, the wrong move by the U.S. government, adding, we will follow the market rules, respect the audience's choice, and moderately reduce the number of American films imported. Before this, China and the U.S. had agreed to release 34 U.S. films in China per year. The market used to be really hot for Hollywood, but it's...
You know what? I'm happy about this because hopefully it means that the big box office movies made out of Hollywood stop pandering to Chinese slop audiences. Like fucking the Mulan remake. Are you kidding me? Oh my God.
Cooling off thanks to a growing Chinese film industry, which is ripe with films that are supported by the CCP. Take a look. In 2019, the year before COVID, China accounted for over 12% of the worldwide box office gross for the top 10 U.S. films. Last year, that number was less than 5%. That is why President Trump says he's not concerned.
Mr. President, China retaliated today by reducing the number of American films that can be shown there. What's your reaction to them now targeting cultural exports from the United States?
I think I've heard of worse things than that.
Yeah, but the same cannot be said for Hollywood, which is still trying to...
Yeah, didn't Disney went down? Didn't Warner Bros. Go down like 12% after that?
Recover from the pandemic, writer strikes, and costly streaming wars. Hollywood is known to adjust films in order to appease China and its audience. Paramount Pictures tried to get Top Gun Maverick released in China, and they actually removed Japan and Taiwan patches from the flight jackets. but China still refused to allow the movie into the country because of its celebration of U.S. military strength.
Wait. Like, trying to send Top Gun over to China, and they're like, maybe it'll be fine if we get rid of the U.S. patches. Okay, listen, they've got a different environment over there, a different political culture, they've got censorship. If we could just remove the U.S. flags, everything will be fine. That's like the only American thing in Top Gun, right?
Strength. So the patches were put back on in the version that we all got to see. So clearly these production houses, they're still trying to flirt with China, get the movies in there. But it's gotten so bad that film executives say that breaking into the communist country, it's a...
One moment. One second, chat. I'm not going to tell you what I'm doing, so you're free to speculate. The one who comes up with the most interesting explanation wins nothing. You guys are doing great. Okay, that should be sufficient. There we go. Look, we glorpin. We up glorpin.
It's a challenge. They no longer count on that revenue when they're...
Yeah, just doing a quick capital transfer over to a foreign market in advance of a news story that'll be breaking in 32 minutes. Don't worry about me.
Budgeting. Taylor?
Thank you so much. Dagan, your thoughts?
I don't care. I don't care one lick, one soup sign about Hollywood. And I think I speak for the audience. You know what? Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord...
Fox is only covering damage to woke industries. They're pretending tariffs don't affect their base. Remember when Elon was literally crying in an interview because Tim Walz was mean to him because Tesla's price went down? And he was like, what kind of person would do that? Laugh at another person's misfortune? And every single Republican just does that nonstop. It's their only job. It's the only thing they care about. Why do they all always sound drunk and medicated at Fox News? They do, genuinely. That's one of the reasons why Pete Hegseth's alcoholism was such a big deal, that it came from like 7 people. It was reported on by like 7 people from Fox News, because they're all drunk. So for Hegseth to be like noted as an alcoholic in that environment, it has to be pretty bad.
China is raising the stakes on retaliation, raising its tariff on U.S. goods to 125% overnight, effective tomorrow, after President Trump yesterday raised the tariff on Beijing to 145%. Xi Jinping remaining defiant, saying China has never relied on handouts in over 70 years, and it is not afraid of, quote, unjust suppression. Joining me now is White House Senior Counselor for Trade and Manufacturing, Peter Navarro. Peter, it's great to see you this morning. Thanks so much for joining me.
Great to be with you, Maria.
I want to get your take on these deals that President Trump is doing and that you and your team are doing. But first, give us your reaction to now, Xi Jinping, thumping that chest, saying, oh, yeah, you're going there, we're going here, 125% on U.S. goods. How impactful is this going to be?
I love it. I'm going to talk a lot about China. Let me just say 90 deals in 90 days, biggest, broadest tax cut in American history, should be driving the tape. That's what's going to be a bullish market. And if you're not long, you're going to...
Before I answer your question on our relationship with this other superpower, let me diverge a little bit and avoid the question by talking about some of these other approved, boasting points that we have. 90 deals that haven't actually happened yet, and a trade cut or a tax cut that hasn't actually happened yet.
Get left behind. Now, China. Let's talk a little bit about China. The president has said several times now that he would love to hear from China to talk about where we're at. And here's where we're at, Maria. From our perspective, China's killed over 1 million Americans with deadly fentanyl and related drugs.
Oh, yeah.
And it simply refuses to do anything about that. Many of these people are prime-age workers, so they not only kill Americans.
Dude, look at the Fox News, main Fox News. Look at how little they've talked about China. It's crazy. Jesse Waters, Trump team hitting China with a two-punch combo. Superpower rumble. Trump fights to contain China all over the globe. Trump's full court press on China is on. Katie Pavlik. Level the playing field. Kevin O'Leary on U.S. trade with China. Tariff turmoil. This is what's scaring China the most, expert says. Breaking. China retaliates against Trump tariffs, says trade war will become a joke. This is the only title that isn't narrativized in their favor. And is that it? Oh my God. You can really, this is looking bad, talk about anything else, At least on Fox Business they talk about this. Bird crashes Peter Doocy's report, quote, landed on my head. That's great, Fox News. Really important stuff there.
They're killing our workforce. At the same time, as you know, Maria, and we talk a lot about this, since 2001, China has destroyed over 60,000 American factories and stolen over 5 million manufacturing jobs. That's the state of play. So all we're asking for is fairness. Now, from the Chinese point of view, let me see if we can kind of go there. Let's suppose that I'm an advisor to President Xi right now. What am I telling him? I'm telling him that the Americans have a very legitimate gripe and beef here. They're not.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what they're talking about back there. That's probably true.
Attacking China unfairly. They're simply asking us to stop killing them and stop stealing their jobs with their various unfair trade practices. What we should do, Mr. Xi, again, I'm a Chinese advisor right now, is do what we should have done over a decade ago, is move towards a domestic consumption dependent economy and lift our people out of prosperity.
Just simply make your economy export dependent to import dependent. Reverse the currency valuation somehow and get all of your stuff from other countries like we do. We should be like the West, just rely eternally on the labor and production of powerless countries that you can bully.
Not just with wages, but to give them the wherewithal to actually buy stuff and that we should move to an accommodation and pick up the phone. And I would tell President Xi.
If I was an advisor to President Xi, I'd tell him, please pick up the phone. We don't know. This is a game of chicken that we don't know if we're positioned well in. Please pick up the phone.
If I'm his advisor, it's like, look, we're a prisoner of our history. The British unfairly killed us with their opium, took our wealth, took our ports with these unequal treaties. But this is not that with the Americans. The Americans have a very legitimate beef with us, and we need to come to some kind of accommodation and pick up the phone. Yeah. That's where they should go. Now, that advisor would probably wind up immediately in a Chinese prison, and therein lies the tale.
Yeah, unbelievable. Peter, I know you've studied China a lot over your career. I remember years ago talking about the bad behavior of the CCP with you. How would you assess the Chinese economy today? In other words, the tariffs that President Trump is putting on the Chinese economy is going to have a much bigger impact, in my view, on the Chinese economy than the opposite in terms of what they're doing to us.
You can't be a surplus economy, which China is, running a massive trade surplus with us, and think you can possibly win moving up the escalatory ladder. The rest of the world has gotten that message.
Wait, what? You can't win a trade war as a country that supplies other countries. Being a domestic manufacturing powerhouse that fuels the rest of the world's economy doesn't put you in a good position for a trade war. What are you talking about?
I mean, if you think about the trade deficits we run with the EU, with Vietnam, with South Korea, with Japan, with India and others, Malaysia, Indonesia, if they tariff us at the same rate, they're hurting themselves far worse. And the same thing with China. They haven't, China, I mean, again, I think they're a prisoner.
If they don't have the markets to sell the excess capacity? Yeah, but they're the ones with the stuff. Also, China does. They've divested their markets. They sell to other countries, not just America. They sell to the whole world. Whereas America relies on the stuff being this is like asking, like, if the man and who needs the farmer to eat and the farmer who needs his crops purchased by the man both decide not to do business with each other anymore, which one of them hurts more? The man without the farm, because he starves to death. Like, yeah, the farmer with the food doesn't have anywhere to sell his food, but he does have food.
Of their history, it's almost hubris, their pride, going back to the opium wars. But I would just simply say, this is not that, China. This is not that. You're killing Americans. You're taking our jobs, and the rest of the world is watching you, because it's not just America that you're hurting. You're hurting you take from Latin America and Africa all their natural resources. You dump goods into Europe. And that it's an unsustainable equilibrium. That's the bottom line. We got to a point, Maria, where the U.S. can't keep doing what it's doing. We're sending too much of our wealth abroad through the trade deficit and losing too many jobs, and we don't.
We buy their stuff. We want them. That's why that interaction happens. How is an equilibrium unsustainable? Yeah, definitionally, is it not sustainable?
Don't have the ability to defend ourselves because we're losing our defense industrial base. And China can't keep dumping stuff on world markets thinking that everybody's going to keep buying it. So they need to take care of their own people. They need to let their own people be consumers, not just work in their slave labor sweatshops.
Well, they're gonna get that if they haven't already. President Trump is not ruling out extending the 90-day pause on tariffs. Here's the president yesterday responding to Fox Business's Edward Lawrence. Watch this.
Again, just like, do keep in mind that we are so far. Listen, Trump literally said he's going to slow down deportations for illegal immigrants who are working for farmers or whatever, so that they can keep their like slave worker population. Like, that's like leave aside the little incidences, you know, the fact that we have like prisoner firefighters in California or whatever. We have millions and millions and millions of people that occupied like the undocumented immigrant, effective like slave labor class. You know, it's insane. And they're like, they've been officially like acknowledged and validated by Trump now, you know?
So how close are you to the first country coming to actually make a deal with the United States over tariffs? Is it days, months?
Well, I think it's very close, but, you know, we have to have a deal that we like. We don't want a deal that's going to be a bad deal, or I could make every deal in one day if I wanted to.
China retaliated today by reducing the number of American films that can be shown there. What's your reaction to them now targeting cultural exports from the United States?
I think I've heard of worse things than...
That's the Hollywood one.
The president is so
They really, really, really like that line because they like to pretend, again, that like the only industries being affected by this trade war are Hollywood. They're probably going to run stories on how like blue-haired, you know, I don't even fucking know, like transgender NGOs are no longer able to source the printer paper they use for their handbooks on, you know, experiencing trans euphoria or something. And they're going to talk about how their costs have gone up and they're all going to laugh about it. We hate Disney, though. Yeah, kind of crazy how Disney kowtowed to the right and nothing changed. Like, they fought with Ron DeSantis for a bit, and then when Trump won, they stopped, and they've been receding and, like, censoring trans people out of their media or whatever, when it was already planned that they were going to be there. And it hasn't changed. It's not like they're not being held in favor by the right. Crazy how that works.
Bonnie, I love that answer. But Australia's deputy prime minister shut down China's offer to work together against Trump's tariffs, saying that they will not make common cause or hold hands, quote unquote. Europe as well. You just mentioned Europe. They signaled last night after the close, no partnership with China. They declined to accept China's rerouted dumped goods into the United States. But Peter, you just mentioned a minute ago, 90 deals in 90 days. So can you give us...
I have a feeling she's probably lying about that. I sincerely doubt China approached the European Union and they were like, hey, do you want our excess dumped goods from the trade war that's less than a week old? Like, from the trade contracts that haven't even been cut yet? Do you want, like, the dumped goods from that? I don't think that's real.
An update, Peter. Where are we in terms of all these negotiations? Go ahead.
I'd love to take you behind the scenes, Maria, because it's so different from the first term. Jamison Greer, the United States Trade Representative, he's got over 30 years of experience. He's a calm, kind person, but he's the toughest SOB in the world when it comes to trading. He's at the tip of the spear for the president because he's the United States trade rep. He's got a whole portion of our White House working day and night. We started working on these deals months ago. Because we anticipate, that's what we do, we anticipate. So what's going to happen here is Jamison Greer and Howard Lutnick are going to work very closely together. Howard, in addition to knowing the bond market better than anybody in the world, is also a great negotiator. So we're going to run 90 deals in 90 days is possible. The boss is going to be the chief negotiator. Nothing's done without him looking very carefully at it. He has such a fine attention to detail. Scott Besson is going to handle countries like Japan and South Korea, where there's a lot of currency issues associated with that. And then you have Kevin Hassett, who you had many times on your show, who's really, really good analytically, and also is carrying the football with Scott on the tax policy, which is an important part of our situation. Yeah, Stephen Miller.
Okay, he's just listing all the guys he knows. Fuck off. One more China video. You guys are doing so well. I know you're getting all China'd out.
All right, joining us now, we've got NBC News White House correspondent Vaughn Hilliard,
Four people.
NBC Global Supply Chain reporter Lori Ann LaRocco, Senior Vice President and Director of Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations.
Specifically, whether President Trump would pick up the phone call to call Xi Jinping and begin these negotiations or begin a stand-down effort on the tit-for-tat tariffs. And while she skirted that direct question, there is no apparent conversations or dialogue happening between China and the U.S. at this time. But she said that she was optimistic that China would understand that they need the U.S. economy and they need to maintain their relations with America, and that ultimately that they would come and find a way to strike a deal. Of course, during Trump's first administration,
Can you imagine if Trump was talking this way to like an ex-girlfriend? Remember the line from the other day? I think China wants to make a deal with us. They just don't know how to. They're very prideful. Listen, trust me, she's begging to come back. Just not in the form of like directly asking to come back. But she will, don't worry. Like she'll text me back. I can't text her first. That would make me look weak. But like, you know. Alexa, play Grimes' last album. That was so funny. I really hope that was true. Maybe someone in chat was lying when they said that Elon was listening to Grimes when he was getting rolled in Path of Exile. I don't know if it's true. I want to believe that it's true. No, it was? Okay, just like, that's crazy. That's really crazy. I see this shit. UAW president says tariff support does not align union with Trump. I don't know about that, man. I feel like if a fascist takes power and immediately starts aggressively unwinding the government, and the big aggressive message you want to put forward is we are in favor of the president's economic policy. I don't think you can really like hedge your statement on that too much, you know? We're not aligning everything we do with the Trump administration, Fain said. We're negotiating with the Trump administration. Our approach to President Trump is no different than our approach was to President Biden. Fain, who campaigned heavily for Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris in the 2024 election, said throughout his 45-minute address that the auto union supports ending free trade disaster. But that doesn't mean we support reckless random tariffs. You will do or say anything that you think protects domestic manufacturing jobs, even if it means like backing insane. It's not even like anti-competitive. It's just like Americans get shit cars, shit overpriced cars. It doesn't even protect those jobs though. Yeah, no, it doesn't. Like, it's just, he has to do it because the workers, the average fucking UAW member is probably a pro-tariff Republican. Is taking goods to another country, paying no tariffs there, and then taking them to the US from a country with 10% tariffs and only paying that possible? Yeah, it happens all the time. Companies rerouting their production and manufacturing through other countries as a way of circumventing tariffs? Happens all the time, yeah. Not always easy to do, though. First teacher disciplined for violating Florida's parental rights law. Oh, I know this one. This is the teacher who was fired for calling a student by their preferred name. Without the parents' consent. Exactly. Her contract will not be renewed next year after she called a student by a different name without getting a signed form from their parents, according to district officials. Absolute insanity. Genuinely, absolute insanity. Like, civilization collapsing shit. The idea, like, the extension of parental rights to the level of mental illness for no reason other than to own the transes. Does this mean you could be fired for calling a kid by their nickname? Well, realistically, they would only do this if the kid was, like, trans or something. Like again, that's the whole point of these authoritarian laws. It's not to apply a consistent rule. It's to apply a broad one that you selectively enforce against minorities.
Well, we begin with a story that is gaining national attention and reigniting a fierce debate on parental rights in our nation's schools. Melissa Calhoun, who you're looking at here, teaches at satellite.
Speaking of parental rights, did you guys see that story of the homeschooling mom who, like, locked her son up for 20 years or some shit? And the police found him and he was like a skeleton with mental damage? That was pretty bad, in my opinion.
High School in Brevard County, Florida, and she will not have her contract renewed after she is accused of violating state law, knowingly did not comply with decision makers, not state and government.
Yeah, there is no.
In their children's lives, and I maintain that's a pretty good place to start for comment. Ari, Brevard County says this is supporting parents' rights to be the primary decision maker in their children's lives. And I maintain that's a pretty good place to start with parents being
Everyone should be fired if they call my child by a nickname without a written approval of me. If your child goes to, like, a McDonald's and the McDonald's worker says, "What's up, sport?" and it's like, "Well, sport's not my legal name," you're fired, motherfucker. Only a parent can decide what things. Sorry, parental rights. You're black and you exist around my child. I want my child to only be exposed to non-black individuals. You're violating my parental rights because my child is property and I own them and I get to decide what happens to them. The crazy thing, like, this is like levels of propertarianism that extends beyond the property rights and rules we already have. Like, no one in education is getting their contract not renewed because they used a non-approved name for, like, a car owned by a parent. Like, the child is even more property than property is. It's crazy. It's legit slave name shit. Yeah, the parents' rights stuff is all about pedophilia and abuse and control. And that's it. Literally, like, whenever you turn the rock up and look underneath it and see all the insects scurrying, it's homeschooling cults where children are raised to be taught about, like, how Hitler was the greatest, or they're, like, raped or whatever, all the time, constantly. The delusional, mentally ill obsession with controlling your children as property is something born of, like, a psychosexual mental illness that is very prominent in certain evangelical or, like, Christian or conservative communities. Certainly versions of this exist everywhere in the world. The idea that parents, like, abuse their children is unique is wrong. I mean, it happens everywhere, but this is, like, the forward right of where it happens here, right? This is like the bulwark.
Primary decision makers, not state and government.
Yeah, there is no question that the parents are the ones who should decide what their children's names are. Children up to,
like, it's mental illness, and they know that they don't care about this. It's just an anti-trans thing. They know it's made up. They would. This is just about attacking trans people. It has nothing to do with, like, the broad abstract right to fire people if they don't. Yeah, whatever. I don't even care to listen to these people. These fucking Hitlerites. Sheesh. Mexico to send water to Texas farmers after Trump threat over U.S. treaty. Huh.
Ya es viernes. Buenos días. A los agricultores de Texas, que son quienes están pidiendo el agua, pues va a haber una entrega inmediata de un número determinado de millones de metros cúbicos que se puede dar de acuerdo con la disponibilidad de agua que existe en el Bravo.
Ya no se puede a lo mejor garantizar la misma cantidad de agua que hace 80 años. ¿Qué opina de eso?
Lo que está buscando son propuestas técnicas que permitan que ese tratado se cumpla, porque lo que ha pasado es que hay menos agua en el río Bravo, sobre todo pues que llevamos casi 4 años de sequía, entonces pues hay menos agua.
Sometimes the economy is such a disaster that I forget that climate change is also a thing. You ever get that feeling? Like your brain's stacking up a memory of one catastrophe at a time? I forgot about climate change all this time. Wouldn't that be nice? Hold on 1 second. Are we finally seeing the, Whoop. Are we finally seeing the pushback on Elon?
But I want to talk about DOJ for a second. Okay, I know there's been a lot of people there's been some freak out, there's been some concern, there's been a lot of emotion. And I would just tell you, do I want to make our government more efficient? Do I want to be able to do a little more with a little less? Because then I put more money into the great work that we do. Yeah, I want to do that. But you can't do that without good people, right? And so, though I want us to be more efficient, I also look, and as I think of DOJ cutting things, I don't know about that elsewhere, but we actually build things here, right? You can't cut your way to a new road. You can't cut your way to a new bridge. You can't cut your way into a new air traffic control system. So we're actually going to build in this department.
This is after that helicopter crash that just took place. This is not rhetoric that you would have heard a month and a half ago. This is actually a pretty, like, remember the last big cabinet meeting that we got, where Elon spent the first 15 minutes standing over everyone, relaying the, successes of his department at them? And now post Minnesota, I thought that Elon was still being kept at arm's length. The most recent cabinet meeting they had, Elon was off in the corner. The camera wasn't on him. He wasn't presiding over the meeting. He wasn't standing over everyone. He talked barely at all. Post Wisconsin, right? Post the Wisconsin Supreme Court election, that like 2 weeks ago. Remember? Yeah, I have to, like, the excision of Elon Musk from the cabinet has to be pretty fucking severe if it's giving people like Sean Duffy the confidence to do this, like, well, yeah, no, I don't think that's gonna work over here, buddy. We're gonna build things in this country,
And if I don't, and you don't all build with me, the president's going to come back in probably 4 months and go, where are the roads? Where are the bridges? Where's the airspace revamp? And he's going to give us a very hard time. And so
okay, I guess what I'm taking away from this is the fact that it seemed like it was unprompted, right? Isn't that the impression you get from this? Like, maybe there's more context in the surrounding clip. I saw a bit of the clip before, but it seems like he just, like, took the opportunity to take a dig at Elon here. To be fair, a lot of Trump's allies hate Elon too. Oh, they all hate Elon. And now they can be open with it. Did you see that goddamn... I don't even care to find the full article, because I wouldn't read all of it anyway. I'll just read this portion of it. Like, Jesus Christ. From yesterday, I think. I've been in the same room with Elon, and he always tries to be funny, and he's not funny, like, at all, says a senior Trump administration official. He makes these jokes and little asides and smiles, and then looks almost hurt if you don't lap up his humor. I keep using the word annoying. A lot of people who have to deal with him do. But the word doesn't do the situation justice. Elon just thinks he's smarter than everyone else in the room and acts like it, even when it's clear he doesn't know what he's talking about. Musk has gnawed at the patience of an array of high-ranking administration officials to the point that, according to this official and 2 others, Trump lieutenants have walked out of meetings and earnestly asked one another if they thought Musk was high. Administration these are almost certainly, by the way, cabinet secretary members. These are like, it's not just random, like these are almost certainly like people in the cabinet. And the answer is yes. Administration officials joke to one another about subjecting Musk to mandatory drug testing, which Musk himself has said would be a great idea for federal employees. Quote, a lawyer for Musk has said he's regularly and randomly drug tested at SpaceX and has never failed a test. I'm sure. Talking to the guy is sometimes like listening to really rusty nails on a chalkboard, says the senior Trump administration official, who adds that Musk is not much of a team player either. He's just the most irritating person I've ever had to deal with, and that is saying something. Jesus Christ! Oh my God! Are we allowed to take bets on who it is? I can tell you one of them. I can tell you one of them for sure. Besson. Besson has to be one of the senior officials who said, there's no way that little with the glasses and the, ooh, I'm smart, I'm Hitler and I'm smart. Rubio, too, is a really good candidate. Rubio and Besson would be the 2 I would think of. Maybe it's all of them. Oh, man. I don't know. I guess he's got to be out if this is the kind of shit. I mean, maybe Sean Duffy's one of them, considering the fact that he's
concerned. There's been a lot of emotion. And I would just tell you, do I want to make our government more efficient? Do I want to be able to do a little more with a little less? Because then I put more money into the great work that we do. Yeah, I want to do that. But you can't do that without good people, right? And so, though I want us to be more efficient, I also look, and as I think of DOJ cutting things, I don't know about that elsewhere, but
yeah, it's totally unprompted. It's literally just like, I have this on my mind. I fucking hate this guy. And people are picking up on it. I'm so glad to see him out. I'm so happy to see him out. He was always on borrowed time. Yeah, but now I have to wonder, who actually is in charge? Because it sure as shit isn't Trump. It seemed for a while like every harebrained idea that Elon Musk had was going through with no opposition. And DOJ is still around, even if Elon is no longer in the, no longer graced by heaven's light, even if he no longer has the mandate. Could it be Bannon? No, it's not Bannon. It's Miller? Miller's definitely a strong contender. I deadass think no one is at the helm. Is that more or less scary? Like, if you want to go back to the Mad King analogy, you have like the deranged senile lunatic and all the advisors are clamoring for power around him. Like every idea they have has to be done, like expressed through their gritted teeth, Yes, glorious God Emperor Trump, I think that's a wonderful idea. Allow me to suggest my own, if I may. But none of them have like a position of supremacy, so there's no actual like guiding direction. I don't know. I think it's the Heritage Foundation that's in charge. Well, it can't be a foundation. At the end of the day, it has to come back to a guy. But I don't think it can be the Heritage Foundation. You might argue like maybe it's a person acting as a representative of the Heritage Foundation, but the Heritage Foundation itself doesn't have the clout, effectively. They were kind of roundly ignored by Trump during a lot of his first term. I don't think they... Vance is owned by HF. Yeah, but keep in mind, Vance does not have that much clout. We haven't seen a single power play from Vance. Not once. Not since the presidency began. Every time he's, like, gotten to the limelight, it's been to his detriment. He was chastised after the meeting with Zelensky, and that recent Chinese peasants thing seems to have been, like, more Groyper language seeping through his mouth that got him in trouble. I don't know. It might just be nothing, or it might be no one. It might be there is. Yeah, little spooky. Oh man. Oh my God! It's all computer. Sometimes large organizations develop a sort of life in their own. Yeah, but not when they're staffed by this many high-profile egomaniacs, you know? It's too consequential. Who's in charge of canceling social security numbers? Presumably the Social Security office or something. I don't know. I imagine. Yeah, it's pretty bad. In an effort to get some legal immigrants to self-deport, some with social security numbers have just been listed as dead. Like without a way to legally and consistently force these immigrants out of the country, their takeaway has been like, what if we just flip the switch to kind of force them to leave? Legal immigrants? Well, yeah, they've got social security numbers. Immigrants often get social security numbers so they can pay taxes. You need your social security number to pay tax. That's not like new or crazy or anything. That happens. Isn't that like a roundabout death threat? No, it's more like like cutting off your ability to work here, basically. Like it's basically like, we could deport you guys, but wouldn't you just self-deport if we made it bureaucratically difficult to live here? Now the administration is taking drastic steps to pressure some of these immigrants and others who have had legal status to, quote, self-deport by effectively canceling their social security numbers they had lawfully obtained, according to documents reviewed by the New York Times and interviews with 6 people familiar with the plans. The goal is to cut these people off from using crucial financial services like bank accounts and credit cards, along with their access to government benefits. The effort hinges on a surprising new tactic, repurposing Social Security's master death file, or death master file, which for years has been used to track dead people who should no longer receive benefits, to include the names of living people who the government believes should be treated as though they are dead. It's actually really scary, because it's essentially like we're not going to even pretend to go through the legal channels to deport you. We're going to use existing bureaucratic apparatuses, existing infrastructure, to just like, we'll put you in these categories for like nothing, you know? If they can do this, can't they do anything? Couldn't they mark you as a felon even if you have no felony record? Oh, you're invalid to register to vote because you're a felon. What? What felony? Well, you're marked as a felon. Goodbye. Goodbye. As a result of being added to the death database, they would be blacklisted from a coveted form of identity that allows them to make and more easily spend money. 6,300 migrants whose legal status had just been revoked were added to the file, according to the documents. The initial names are limited to people the administration says are convicted criminals and suspected terrorists, the documents show. I'm sure. I'm sure. Very sure. Oh yeah, of course. Their financial lives, Leland Dudek, the Social Security Administration's acting commissioner, wrote an email to staff members, would be terminated. I don't even understand what you're supposed to do with this. Like, what do you do if you're marked as dead? Like, what do you, I don't even understand, like, what path would you take? Well, I would stop paying taxes for one. Well, sure, but you'd also have, like, your bank account frozen. All the money inside of it. Yeah. We're going to see how this develops, but, like, yeah, I don't know. The agency has renamed the death list the ineligible master file. Oh my god, they changed the name. Yeah, this isn't a death list anymore. This is actually a list of unpersons. So it includes the dead, but also, like, people who should be. It's tantamount to financial murder, said Mr. O'Malley, Commissioner of Social Security Administration under Mr. Biden. Andrew Biggs, who served at the agency during the George W. Bush administration, suggested that such changes would help enact Mr. Trump's immigration policy. If you favor immigration enforcement, this makes sense, he said. Oh, thank you for reminding us that Hitlerite, hawkish anti-immigration policy is not unique to Trump. In a memo addressed to Mr. Dudek on Monday, Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary, wrote the plan would prevent suspected terrorists who are here illegally from having privileges reserved for those with lawful status. She did not say how the administration was determining if someone was a suspected terrorist. Of course. Yeah. They could add literally anyone to this. Citizens. It doesn't matter. There's nothing about the Social Security's death list that would make it easier to add a migrant or an immigrant or whatever than it would be to add a citizen. It's a death list. Sorry, I don't have much analysis on this one, you know? It's pretty bad. Well, how about we read donos? Good night, y'all. Yeah, Skynet, we talked about that yesterday. Oh, man. Kowalski, thank you for the... Oh, wait, I read that one. Cock-Ow-Win, thank you for the 692. Really appreciate it. Life, although it may only be an accumulation of anguish, is dear to me and I will defend it. From Mary Shelley. That's how I feel when I end a hard day in the streamer mines. 4 hours of work. Oh, man. That was a rough one, you know? But for all the suffering, it's worth it. Krylek and Geralt of Boring Trivia, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. I wanted to buy a straight leg Ironheart for months, but when I tried one on yesterday, I didn't love it enough to pay $350. Though to unlearn Slim Fit. Yeah, I mean it's you should only buy what you truly love, you know? Don't buy flippantly. But there are tons of straight leg, like you know, raw denim selvage jeans that you could try. Not so quick, a judge said Mahmoud Khalil can be deported. I know. I kind of expected that. To be honest, I'm surprised it's being treated... Well, obviously it should be treated with a lot of seriousness, but I'm surprised people in chat are saying, like, it's over. Didn't we already expect that? Yeah, the rule of law is fucking dead. We'll see if they appeal. Wolf Person, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Kane 111, thank you for the $5. Shots expands holds to more than 300 Trump nominees. Based more of this, please. What are you talking about? Well, we'll see if it actually leads to anything being meaningfully stopped, you know? SamFan155, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. 3 Fat Samurai, thank you for the $5. You're right about my job. I'd rather be miserable with a check than without. Plus, I had an unexpected vet bill last night. My tripod is having nerve pain. Your tripod? I don't understand this comment. Do you have a cat who's missing a leg? I'm not sure. I hope that your 3-legged animal is doing well. An animal missing a leg? But what kind of animal? Either way, I hope they're doing well. Flips, thanks to 2 tier 1 subs. How would you rate the fit of Europe's best mid laner? Is this going to be... Oh, I thought it was going to be like Sneaky, because Sneaky dresses like a girl, right? Or is a girl? I don't know. Who can keep track these days? Can't really tell the fit of the suit because it's being hidden by a coat. But I like the coat. That being said, I will say, though I know it's a bit of a flex, but I would recommend... Well, it's like a brand deal thing, right? So you have to keep the tag on. But normally when you buy a suit and a coat, you can remove these. I do like Ralph Lauren, so... It's a flex. I do wish that Ralph Lauren's coats had a fuller cut. You know? Like the sleeves. Geoslade, thank you for the $5. I wonder if these tariff shenanigans end up ruining the U.S. so hard we switch the world reserve currency to the yuan or something. I don't think that's going to happen, at least not anytime soon. But the dollar is going down in value right now. That is a damn fact. Yeah, the euro is a more likely contender for a replacement reserve currency anyway. He's a black cat named Stuart, and he's missing his front left leg. I adopted him from the shelter like that in March. He's a sweet baby. Aww. Cats look very cute and silly when they're missing a leg. They're very fit and agile, so they can still move around quite a bit. They just hobble a bit. I don't know. It's cute. I'm not recommending you cut off any cat's legs to make them look cute or whatever, because they're already cute. I'm just saying, you know, they handle it gracefully. David Stowe, thank you for the 20 bucks. I knew I recognized the word impracticable. Insurrection Act says to address an insurrection in any state which makes it impracticable to enforce the law. You think the court ruling may be the excuse they need to enact it? No, it probably wouldn't be from that. It would be from the joint hearing that the results from which we're hearing in 9 days or within 9 days. It's probably just legalese that I don't see often enough to reflexively say. Like I would look at impracticable and think impractical until I corrected myself. But you know, it doesn't sound like a phony word or anything. It's just not the pronunciation that I default to. Andrew Mogeson, thank you for the 20 euros. Very kind of you. Taking advantage of the pause to do a second and final call for a watch of Perun's last video. I don't know how much content is lined up in the tabs. I just don't typically watch videos where I'm there to like agree with stuff. I guess I did watch a video on single staircase apartments the other day, but it's more or less just a matter of what I follow in my interest. If I'm not interested, the people watching usually aren't either. But I might watch on my own time, you know? Barabas Dantiok, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. Really appreciate that. Blood and soil, but the blood is on blood thinners. We are so not ready to suffer for our country for no reason. Michael, thank you for the $5 Vosh. I want the Yeehaw Pass. Denied. Don't be racist. Gabor Benedek, thank you for the 2,490 Hungarian currency. At this point, the U.S. and China should do a full-on trade embargo. The trade licit emits enormous limp PP energy. You mean like just increasing the percentages back and forth over and over and over again? I don't know if you can meaningfully embargo. Hold on. I don't know if you can meaningfully embargo. Countries tend to like route production through other countries anyway to get around stuff like this. I'm not entirely sure. It's probably not going to happen. Or fuck, maybe it will. Who knows? Terminal Sandy, thank you for the $10. Speak loudly but carry a little stick and beg quietly behind closed doors not to get called out. True. Dude, fucking. It's spring again. That's why I've been sniffly. Andrew Mogeson with 5 euros. It seems people judge China as a capitalist country. Aren't there any actual experts familiar with the Chinese system? Well, they are capitalist, you know? They're marginally state capitalist, but they are capitalist. Like, they have an interventionist doctrine, but it's still 100% like a market or a private market-driven economy. Look at Elon Musk's notes from the cabinet meeting. Jesus Christ, man. I can't fucking believe this guy. Victorious Gardenosaurus and Mogeson, thank you for the $5 and euros both. Really appreciate that. How deep do partisan politics go in the U.S.? It's not really partisan politics. It's just like, it's a cult. There's not really anything Trump could do that would make the cult turn against him. Gabor Benedek, thank you for the 2,490 Hungarian kronar. Just one more tariff, bro. We'll have domestic manufacturing, bro. Just one more tariff, please. I swear, bro. We're not even fucking getting domestic manufacturing. They're doing the 90-day pause. We'll see what comes of that. Barabas Dantiuk, thank you for the $2. Vincent Siravo, thank you for the $10. Americans want to buy trade deficit. Stop buying imported goods. Simple. Nah. I want my cake and to eat it as well, if at all possible. I want to have a robust domestic manufacturing base, but also I want a comfy office job with air conditioning. But also I want to buy sweet treats from China, which are really, really cheap relative to our currency. But I also want other countries to buy our exports, despite our very powerful currency. I want all of these things all at once. And Stephanie V, thanks the $5. Thank you for your candor and helping us get through this mess. Look, okay, we're just here for a good time. We're all having fun here, right? Barabas Dantiuk, thank you for the $5. I genuinely hope Garcia is still alive and is somehow returned. We cannot let this slide. Yeah, no, it's pretty important. I'm going to be keeping up with that day to day in the streams. Very, 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 very important. Be keeping appraised of that situation. Sake with the 5 tier 1 subs. Speak normally and wear a high-waisted pant. Maybe we would be better at negotiating with China if we could outdrip them. But our ministers dress so poorly. Kowalski with the 5. A 9-0 Supreme Court decision against the DOJ. We're about to see a Power Rangers like mecha form outside the court to go to war with the DOJ. I'm here for it. We'll see. I still have a very unfortunate feeling, like a sinking feeling in my gut, that the most likely outcome of all of this is that the DOJ just like constantly stonewalls the court. Judge Zinis does nothing over and over, and then like nothing happens. And eventually Judge Zinis has to drop it just because like every effort that she makes to escalate the situation gets like stonewalled by the DOJ, and she can't really do anything about that. Thank you for the $5. Thank you for the coffee money. Only 5 more of those, and I can afford 1 latte in Seattle. Vosh, you've been a big nothing happens guy, but everything so far has been happening. It's time. I don't think I'm a big nothing ever happens guy. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think like the reason I kept repeating that was in the context of like, no matter how many flubs happen for Trump, it doesn't shake people's support for him because the media environment's totally captured. Like, but the context in which I was using that unironically was the sense that like there was basically no relationship between shit happening prior to the election and the outcome of the election. It was like a deadlock 50-50 the whole way through, and then it happened. And every swing state went to Trump, albeit very marginally. And it's like, okay, whatever. 50 billion flubs losing the debate to Kamala Harris. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. Well, shit. I guess when we reconvene tomorrow, we're going to get to see how things are going with Judge Zinis and Abrego Garcia. And maybe also the world will be over. We don't know. We don't really know. Maybe nothing will happen tomorrow and I get to relax a little bit. Make it a full latte. You're so nice to me. Thank you, Perlegomeno. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Well, okay. I'm not sitting here to bait the coffee money. Thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that. It's usually like $7 for a 16-ounce latte at a Seattle place, but for the most part I make my own coffee. So assuming that the average Keurig cup is like 80 cents or so, like this is actually like a month worth of coffee for me, which I really appreciate because I drink a lot of coffee. I usually have 2 to 4 cups a day. I'm gonna go have some more. Take care, guys, okay? Seriously, take care of yourself, drink water, and boy, oh boy, if ever there was a time to get really into, like, learning how to cook, and I still want to do that cooking stream, by the way. I still want to do that cooking stream, but, like, I really recommend you guys get into, you know, a little bit of self-sufficiency core type stuff. A 3 Fat Samurai, thank you for the $5. Stuart, after I got him, he's literally a noodle. Noodle. Beautiful. Rad's Guitar Garage, thank you for the 12 Australian. Have some Australian money. It must be like 1 or 2 USD, surely. Well, actually, no, because our currency is rapidly devaluing. So it's, you know, that ratio is going to go up in your favor. Noodle cat, noodle cat. Beep. Beep the nose. All right. Take care. I'll see you guys soon. I've been consistent with the streams lately, and I've been happy with that, you know?